the hope is that the committee might include that as you move forward.
Thank you, Mayor. And just if I may, so nothing in SB2 last year helped cover the justice system gaps that you're speaking of.
I don't think that SB2 placed enough emphasis on those young people who were justice involved, including those in juvenile detention centers.
So it did cover some, but you're saying not enough, but I don't see that. This one.
Yeah, I can't speak off the top of my head about, I cannot answer with precision whether there was anything in SB2 that addressed that. As you know, SB2 provided some substantial resources in general for mental health. There's a great deal of focus on mental health supports through the school system, and our experience is that there is still a gap when it comes to those young people who are most in need and most disconnected.
Thank you. So I think what you're saying is there's a gap that still needs to be taken care of in regard to those children. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné. Is there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mayor Bronin.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Representative Cara. Sorry, didn't finish saying that. Representative Cara Rochelle.
In strong support of HB 6719. That is the bill and act concerning emergency services and individuals with autism spectrum disorder, cognitive impairments, and nonverbal learning disorders. This is a bill that I worked on with Chair Linehan, and the purpose of this bill is really to better equip our emergency responders with the tools necessary to best serve those in our disability community. So some of the bill Representative Linehan worked on, some of the bill I worked on. I want to highlight those sections for you all and just explain them a little bit better and why it's so important that we get this bill moved forward for the betterment of all. So the sections that I worked on were the section regarding getting sensory kits that we can give to our police, fire, emergency responders. And these kits really are to help with the individual if they're responding to a call and there's an individual who has a sensory disorder, autism or other special needs. Sometimes they have light sensitivity, sometimes they have audio sensitivity, and having just a small pack of items available that they can help give to this individual can really help to reduce the stress and make the interaction a lot easier. This is just another way to be helpful to the public. And then the other section, which I think is incredibly important and actually was initiated by a mom in my region who started this program, created a form, started working with police departments saying, hey, I want to make sure that if there's a call that comes in and it's to my home or for my child, that you and your dispatchers have the information, what is going to be the best way to help interact with that person if I'm not there. And knowledge is power, right? Knowledge makes a situation easier. If somebody doesn't know about your needs, they won't know how to read what you're doing. And so this form has been adopted by multiple police departments around the state, but it is not uniformly done yet. Some state police troops have also adopted it, but I think it would really go a long way to get it uniformly adopted across the state of Connecticut and to make sure that these departments have the technical resources in order to make sure it's patched into their dispatch system. So the point of this bill is basically just to make sure that we're streamlining this process to better serve the public, especially our disabled community, and give our fire, EMS, and police the tools that they need to really make that connection and have a more seamless process when interacting with these communities. Any questions?
Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, is it afternoon? Almost afternoon. Thank you for your testimony. And thank you for that. I do agree that there's probably a lot more we could do with regard to this issue. Did you happen to recall the bill we had, HB 5559, previous to this year? I think it was in 2019, that would train police officers. I think it was started by Representative Linehan. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with that, and there's also a lot of great training that's going on for firefighters as well, and I'm sure for EMS too. I think that these are not in competition with each other. I think
No.
these are complementary to each other.
Yes, and I would agree. I thought perhaps maybe that was what you were looking to model, was that kind of training. So that was my question to you, but thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so this is not so much training. This is to, help them, help the officers to get the information dispatch, even maybe before they arrive or quickly after they arrive. It might take you a little while. I know my brother is autistic, and it takes a few minutes before you realize it. I guess you could say you have to have a conversation with him. It's a spectrum. You don't always know the moment you look at something, you can't possibly know. What their needs are. And so this is another way to make sure that we're helping officers or EMS or fire to know quicker to better serve, and that we're giving them the tools, light, sound, whatever things we can do to make this a more comfortable situation.
I completely agree. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a daughter that has special needs, and I had some altercations with the police who didn't really understand this.
Yeah.
This was years ago, but I can appreciate the push for this kind of legislation. Thank you.
It's gotten so much better. I think that this is just another way to help along the process. But the training is great. I think that our law enforcement is much more cognizant, just giving them the tools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question.
Sure.
My question is on the sensory kits. What exactly do they look like? Can you give us an example and rough idea on the costs?
So it varies depending on what you want in it. I saw that in this current version, we're talking about having the state assemble them. You can also purchase them in bulk. And so we put in some very minimum criteria, making sure that there's dark sunglasses to shade from flashing lights. There's noise canceling headphones. That's often very stressful for folks. And also some fidget toys. It can be as little as $20, $40 is usually a really good pack. So it's not a lot if you're basing it on, in the bill, we said 10,000, one pack for 10,000 people in a town. So, we know that we can't get to one pack for every emergency vehicle in the state just yet, but we want to make sure that towns have the discretion to have them in every town.
Thank you so much. Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Representative.
Morning.
Just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Getting back to the kits.
I'm sorry.
Getting back to the kits.
Sure.
Is this something that's used one time or can it be used for multiple calls, multiple responses?
Multiple calls. Obviously you want to, if somebody's using the sunglasses, you wash them off afterwards. But the idea is that you have this permanently on the vehicle, in your toolkit of resources to help people.
Okay, very good. As far as when we get further into the bill, we talk about a form that's going to be filled out.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to start by saying I'm in agreement with this whole concept. I think I like it a lot. When the form gets filled out, then it gets entered into a database.
Correct. So the idea is to keep it with dispatch. So if a call comes into a home, they can quickly cross-reference and see that there's somebody that lives in the home. Or if somebody, they happen upon somebody, they can pull it up by name as well.
Okay. And in my prior life, I did 33 years in law enforcement. I was also the chief of an agency, and as such, I was in charge of the dispatch center. There's a couple of problems that I'm seeing here, and I don't know if anybody else has spoken about this or if you can answer them. The police department spend a great deal of money on their CAD system. And I don't think that most departments are going to have the availability of adding this into their CAD system. So if an officer's sent dispatched out to a call and he gets this, ideally, the dispatcher would put in the information, it would come up in the CAD system. He would relay to the officer that this is the type of situation that he's arriving to. So when it comes to the technical end of adding this into a CAD system, it's very expensive for a municipality and a police department to be able to put that into the CAD system so that it works. So I don't know, as you went through the whole process of putting this bill together, did you speak with any agencies as far as the cost or the issues they're going to have with the database, data entry, and recalling this for the CAD system and getting dispatched out to the officers?
So that's a great question. Representative Lanahan had told me she had been discussing this issue more directly, and that there's a software patch that can be deployed. So I can get that information for you, but we're looking at this is a topic that we're looking at as far as fiscal note for that portion of it. And obviously, we want to make sure that we're supporting our municipalities in that as well, or finding a workable solution that is low cost. I'd like to get this bill moved forward so we can continue that discussion to get to a final note. But I know that Representative Lanahan is aware of a patch that can be used.
Okay, and I'm pretty familiar with the patches because we had to do that every time something in a procedure would change. There would have to be a patch. But unfortunately, across the state, there's probably a dozen software packages that are used by departments, with not every department having the same one. So there would need to be several patches put in. And each time a patch is made specifically for a department, it costs that municipality, that department, that much money. So like I said, I'm in favor of the concept on this. I don't like the idea that it says a department will do this. And I think that it would be a better opt-in type of situation. I don't think anybody would object to doing it. It's just a matter of the logistics of getting it done, when they can get that money budgeted to do that, and putting us on a time frame, putting those departments on a time frame that it needs to be done by a certain date is going to be a stumbling block with this as well. Like I said, I don't think anybody would object to it. I think it's a great concept, but going forward, I think this should be an opt-in and not a mandate.
I appreciate the feedback, and I will be getting, make sure that we have a proper fiscal note to determine, what, how much it's going to cost a municipality and what we can get from the state, from our political will in order to fund something like this. I can tell you, from just doing some research, there's the Ruderman Family Foundation is a foundation that specifically advocates on raising awareness about folks with disabilities. And they did a study between 2013 and 2015 that showed that 33 to 50% of all use of force cases are with folks that are disabled. So I think that there is, a real investment to be made in making sure that emergency responders, it is, I think, in everyone's interest for those who are experiencing this type of thing, and for the first responders who, of course, want to do the right thing, to make sure that they have the information they need when they need it, to understand why someone may not be verbal or why someone may not be responding in a way that seems normal. It's really important that we have this information out there. So I'll be obviously fighting as hard as I can to make sure that we have the funding from the state in order to get these patches in as quickly as possible.
Well, thank you for your work on it. I do agree with it. I think it's something that's needed. I just think there might be some block coming up to get everybody over it. That's all.
Join me in fighting for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very nice to see you. Thank you for sharing your testimony and kind of explaining this, which I think is obviously beneficial to not only the person with autism, obviously, as well as the police department. It is important that they know how to interact. I understand that. So if I'm understanding this correctly, a form is to be developed through the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. And then that form will be distributed, will be within the police departments, the local police departments, and it would be their responsibility to kind of get that information out in hopes that parents or guardians will fill that form out, send it back to the local police department. And at that point, they will enter it into a database, which would be shared with all the police departments through the state. Is
So
that
this
correct?
is-
Through you,
Yes,
Madam
it
Chair.
will, it's a form that, it's one page right now. And the form has some basic information. So it has, emergency contact. It also has, what type of sensory issues the person might have, what helps to soothe them, and other basic needs. It's outlined in section 4 of the bill, I believe. And what it does is it gives, really helps to acclimate and equip the emergency responder to best serve the person who they're interacting with. It's a opt-in or opt-out. Parents or guardians have the choice of whether or not they want to put this on file. And as far as disseminating this concept, I know that it has made a very positive splash in the departments. There's, I think, at least a couple dozen departments that have implemented it so far. And it's made a very positive splash. I know that the information about it has been routed through the schools as well to make sure that families know about it. And I know that disability nonprofits would also be interested in making sure that their clients are aware in case somebody, individual wants to have it on file for themselves as well.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So this is not necessarily for autism. It could be just for somebody with a cognitive impairment or maybe or just a learning disorder. Is
So
that
the way
true,
that
correct, through you,
it's
ma'am?
written is autism, and also any type of cognitive disorder. So somebody has a traumatic brain injury, for example, they could have cognitive delays that make them act potentially differently from how somebody who's neurotypical would. And so we want to make sure that anyone that feels that they need this on file in order to have the most positive and productive interaction in an emergency has it on file if they would like it.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So would this also be for mental health issues as well? Through you, Madam Chair.
Mental health issues would fall under potentially cognitive. I think that there's room for discussion there. I think it would really be up to the individual if they would like that on file. If there is a cognitive issue that's severe, I think the parent may want it, but we will need to, decide exactly where the line will be on that.
Thank you. And I'm just curious, when you're developing that form, is there any requirement or will there be any requirement for someone to show proof, I guess, of any disability or cognitive impairment or autism? Or is it just basically anybody can just kind of fill out the form, send it into the police department that they have a cognitive disability or whatever, autism? Through you, Madam Chair.
As it's currently operating in the towns that are doing it, I don't believe that they're asking folks to show medical documentation. I can't imagine, I guess it's outside the realm possibly, but I can't imagine a parent would put something like that on file if their child did not have. I mean, this is for serious cases. Folks don't typically walk into a police station and do that otherwise and puts that on file. But I would be open to the concept of seeing, proof of guardianship or something along those lines, so that there's some type of verification that you are related to the person or have the authority to put on file.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So does there has to be a guardian or somebody filling out this form? It's not the individual person. Is that correct?
The individual could if they wanted to. We never want to curtail somebody's rights.
Right.
So we want to make sure that if they would like this on file for themselves, that they have the option to. But parents or guardians are also specified as being able to put it on file.
Okay, thank you. And then just a couple more quick. So this is all voluntary by the parent or guardian or the individual. No data would be coming through like within the schools. The schools obviously have a lot of data. Do you always assume that this is always going to be a voluntary process?
That's the intention, is that this is really a personal choice for the family, for the individual, if they feel it's in the best interest for their wellness.
Right, good. Okay, thank you. I mean, I think it's a good program. I think our police officers certainly need to be trained to know who they are interacting with so they can have the best possible outcome. So I just wanted to get some clarification on this. I appreciate you clarifying that for me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
For the second time. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, I was looking back at the old bill from
Mhm.
2019, 5559. You might want to look it up, but it was in transportation and I knew I could remember it, but I wasn't sure and I found it. But it kind of does a little bit of a different flair with it, and it's something you might want to think about as you're developing this whole concept. For those that get an ID card through the Department of Transportation, that there would be an identification on that card that they could just have when they get the card. It would be optional, like an organ donor or that sort of thing. And so I'm just throwing that out there. This was with the blue envelope
going to say, yeah.
concept, and
Yeah,
I was just looking at it, but I just wanted to say that. But thank you for your efforts on this. We appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And so essentially, the difference here is that the kit is a component of the bill that you're talking about. And as opposed to just a card on someone's person, you're asking to have kits available for the sensory overload.
So essentially, the blue card bill from 2019 said that an individual could choose to have a blue card. So when they hand over their license, if they get pulled over, that quickly signals. This is, say there's a car accident or a fire, or somebody has a medical response. The first responder en route, if it's for an address where there's somebody in the residence that has, has a disability and is on file, the dispatcher can say, oh, well, just so you know, if the individual, if you're dealing with a 35-year-old male, he may be nonverbal, something along those lines. That way folks know and how to best interact and serve. And also these sensory kits can be deployed if there's loud sirens and lights, and this would be something that would be helpful to the individual. They have these available to hand out.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Scott, I'm going to say this wrong, Jarzombek. Oh, thank you so much. Can you turn on the just the button? Thank you so much.
So I am Scott Jarzombek. I am the town librarian in Fairfield, Connecticut. To the distinguished members of the Committee on Children, I am here to testify in support for SB 2, an act concerning the mental, physical, and emotional wellness of children, specifically the language in regards to incentive grants and public libraries. I've been the town librarian at Fairfield, Connecticut for over a year. And as we've come out of the pandemic, our library has seen a significant increase in the usage by members of our community and neighboring municipalities. This is not a surprise. In every state, you will find that library services cross multiple boundaries. Library users will travel, and libraries are an example of shared resources. However, in Connecticut, state aid in any form is significantly lower compared to other states in the union. Even while Connecticut libraries outperform our national peers and are often highlighted as a model for best practices. The fact that incentive grants for public libraries are being discussed is a very positive development. Tying it to collection development is a creative way to approach the wave of book challenges nationally and that we're seeing nationally and in Connecticut. It is essential to hear all the concerns of the public and for the institution of the library to foster a healthy conversation with their community. However, I know firsthand how these challenges can test organizational capacity and impact the quality of public services that the staff provides. I believe the language of this bill recognizes the importance of the library's role in providing information and resources to the public and the difficulty that may bring. Parents must be provided options in the resources they select and be free to decide what is appropriate for their children, including subjects not everyone is comfortable with. Any additional funding that would assist in this is welcoming and highly forward-thinking. I hope that this is the start of a meaningful conversation, not just about the freedom to read, but support at a state level for the institution that has always been at the front line of such issues, the public library. Thank you for providing me time to speak.
Thank you so much for your testimony. So can you please explain to me how books are chosen? Certainly as it refers to the lists that the ALA keeps for censored books.
Absolutely. So, first, my first reminder to everyone whenever I speak about the subject is that the majority of our staff have a master's degree. I'm older. I have a master's degree in library science. We now call it information science or an MSIS or an MSI. So these are highly trained individuals who continually go to continuing education and are often trained in keeping that training up in terms of selecting books for the public. Any good library, best practice is an excellent collection development policy, which the Fairfield Public Library has. I would welcome anyone to read it because I think it's very well done, which also spells out, kind of lays out the process in which we go through for selecting such material, and even in some cases provides the opportunity for the public to express their concerns about that material. So it's, we don't just add books to our shelves. It's really a process that we go through using highly trained individuals who work with the school districts, who work with professionals about what should be on the shelf and what resources should be there for children and also for parents.
Thank you. Representative Kite.
Thank you for the promotion, I guess, without having to run for office. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Jarzenbeck. And I want to thank you personally as a resident of Fairfield for the wonderful job you do. I can personally attest to the incredible services you provide to our community. I have one question for you and that has to do with how you deal with challenges to your books that you have. I know that Fairfield had a big challenge this year, and I applaud you for how you handled it. But I think it would help this committee to hear how you handle such challenges.
Well, again, before I came on board, we had a great selection policy. And again, it's multiple pages. It's very well thought out. So first was educating members of the public who expressed their concerns that this, again, is not just something, we don't just purchase books and put them on our shelves. It really comes down to a process of not just relying on our own expertise, but simultaneously relying on the expertise of groups like the ALA and CLA and book lists and reviews. So we explain this process, we walk through it, we give people the opportunity to then ask for reconsideration of material that we've processed or brought into our collection. And sometimes if needed, if it's something that the board or I feel there should be further discussion with this time around, we actually created an ad hoc committee. We received in one meeting over 140 public comment. And so we really did listen to the community, and we reached out to the community because we knew it was a concern. And it was really the first time it had happened in Fairfield. So we kind of went above and beyond, not just in hearing everyone's voice, but simultaneously kind of explaining our process and how we do things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, and thank you for being here. I have a few questions just for clarity. So can you explain what ELA and CLA stand for first?
ALA is the American Library Association.
ALA?
ALA is the American Library Association. CLA is the Connecticut Library Association.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so, having been familiar with the town up in my area that had a recent problem with, so the libraries typically have sections, right? The young preschool sections, the middle schoolers, the high schoolers. And now we're talking about making libraries like sanctuary libraries where they can purchase or bring in any kind of books that they choose. Not saying they're good, bad, indifferent. I'm just saying that it opens that up to anything, right? Anything's on the table. So
no, again, as I said, almost every library has a policy about book selection that is overseen by a board. So whenever we create a policy, it needs to be passed by the board. So that's local control, local governance. Often in the case of a municipal library, that policy also needs to be reviewed by the town and the town attorney. We make sure that the town administration is comfortable with it. So when the language sanctuary, it's again, something I'm unfamiliar with. That term has been brought up recently. So what I'm looking at, and this would not change because we want local control. You never want to cede control of what's in your collection to anyone but your local government and your local residents. So again, every library should have a clear policy that lays out how books are selected. The process, if Representative Hayes came in the door and he had a self-published book, your biography, 2 biographies, okay. And, was to come in the door, there is still kind of a process for that review that we need to go through to make sure that it's, is needed in the collection, meets all of our criteria. That will never change. So whatever terminology is used for how books are handled and whether or not they're challenged and banned or not banned, I'm not familiar with. I will tell you that most libraries, and again, that this is probably my 7th library in my career, will have a locally controlled policy on how books are selected, and it will be handled by the individuals, the talented and educated individuals who do that book selection and have that training.
And thank you for that answer. So my concern, so if there were 100 people that showed up and 51 of them wanted a particular book or something that was sexually explicit or something that the other 49 didn't want, I love local control. So I appreciate that. My biggest concern is for where those books would be put and would they be rated, if you will. So I had a recent encounter with a school. It was outside of my district, but I was made aware of it, where there was a children's section. And in that children's section, there was a display of things that were very concerning to parents. And one subset of parents came in and wanted it there because their children had displayed that. And the other subset of parents thought it wasn't age appropriate. So how do you foresee that playing out? I guess, like movies are rated, right? So yeah, I get parents get to make those decisions, but a lot of parents drop their children off at libraries. And I guess the hope is that there would be sections that were appropriate for that age, just like the movies when you go in and you have to show you're 13 and over to see a PG, whatever that movie is, a rating kind of system. Can you just speak to that and the concern of, I know many, many parents who don't want their children exposed to perhaps books that the board might think are okay, and maybe 51% of the people think okay. So how would you?
So as a parent of an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old, so I'm dipping into those waters now as we speak, I understand that there's material that people are going to object to, and I think every librarian does. I think it is important for parents to be able to have the control in the voice over what material should be in there and what material their children should take out. So if there's a concern of a parent about dropping their child off and them seeing a display of books that they don't want to see, I think it's important for that parent to have the freedom to have that conversation with their child about what they're seeing. There are items in my local library. I live in Seymour. There are sometimes items in my local library that I object to, that I don't agree with as a member of the public, as a regular patron. But it does not mean I want them removed from the shelves. And often that fosters an excellent conversation between my children and I about the things that they see when they're in the supermarket, because there are things that they see in the supermarket that I don't want them to see on the magazine rack in the aisles. There's things that they see when they're in the mall, and it always fosters that conversation. My concern is when we start removing those items, we're removing resources that parents can use and are comfortable with to help educate their children. So removing material is in some ways taking the rights of a parent who wants that material to use as a resource.
Yeah, I guess my concern is I understand what you're saying. I hear everything that you're saying, but there are things that there's pornography, there's sexually explicit things that parents don't want their children exposed to. Again, we're talking about different sections of the library where certain things would be age appropriate and not age appropriate. And that was my question, really. I mean, if we're going to do sanctioned libraries, which kind of, I guess I'm understanding it as being very protective of their ability to get any kind of book that the board would agree on.
Well,
And I
again,
understand you said that. So,
yeah. And again, it's not the selection of the books is not the purview of the board. It's the professional staff that are hired to do that book selection.
I understand. Thank you.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I just had a couple of follow-up questions. It's a great conversation. I'm just curious, is Fairfield, the library in Fairfield, a sanctuary library right now? I know you said you're not familiar with the term sanctuary, but is it a one for all? You have all kinds of books in there right now. Would that be true?
Again, our collection development is done by professionals. It's books that are selected through review and resources. I am not familiar with the sanctuary term outside of the library, like in Chicago. So right now we have a clear collection development policy. We did have a book challenge. We decided to keep that book in our collection. What designation that gives us, I don't know. So I guess we would fall under this consideration for right now, unless there's a book that's challenged that we decide to remove. But again, I trust my staff to follow the process and the policy, and the books that we currently have on our shelf, we're very comfortable with having.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So you do have books in your library right now that are sexually explicit content that are maybe not age appropriate, I'm assuming.
Well, I mean, it really depends on your level of comfort and what you believe is, sexually appropriate or age appropriate. Every book has a suggested age for what the audience should be. And that's how we put them in different sections. And again, it is the comfort level of the parent for the child taking out the material.
So through you, Madam Chair, so who determines what book is age appropriate? Is it in the book, how like Representative Dauphine said that, it's rated PG, it's rated R. Who determines if a book is age appropriate and what age?
The publisher will give a suggested age for material when it's released.
Okay. Is there I'm curious, an online database that if somebody wanted to come into the library from home, they can say, let me see if the Fairfield Library has this book, and they go online and punch in to see if it's available. Do you have all of your books online for the public to see?
Absolutely. Every library has an online card catalog. We used to have those wonderful giant boxes. We all remember that process.
Yeah.
The original Google. So that's all been moved to a digital platform, and it's available through our website. So if you were looking for a specific title, you would see it in our collection.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just curious, are the books that are in the library, in your particular library, are those shared with the school in any way?
We have a fantastic relationship with, we have a fantastic school district, and we have a fantastic relationship with them. Our staff often do outreach. I presented a few months ago to a meeting which had all of the school librarians at it. So we have allowed material from our library to be borrowed. We're currently doing a program called One Book, One Town, where we partner with multiple nonprofit agencies, municipal agencies, and the school district. And of course, we buy multiple copies of that title, and that's shared with the school district as well. You'll find that librarians, we're interconnected. It's almost like a hive mind. So we love working with each other. We love talking to each other. We love sharing best practice with each other. And of course, we do that with the librarians and the language arts teachers at the, in the Fairfield district.
Thank you. And I'm just curious, I just lost my train of thought. Must be Friday. Can a child, somebody who's not age appropriate, you have books that are in a certain section, can they check those books out without any identification? Now, I understand that you're thinking that this is a parent's right, and obviously I am totally in favor of local control and parental authority. But as we see as children, minors, they can't go into a store and buy cigarettes. They can't buy liquor. There's an identification required. Is there any identification required for a child to take out a book of sexually explicit material?
There is a library card. So their account is in there. And then for our library, you have to be 12 or above to come to the library without parental supervision.
So the library card will determine if you can take a book out. So if you have a library card,
will not stop you from taking any material out, any specific material out.
So a 12-year-old can go into your library right now and go into a section, pull out a book that's explicit sexual content. They can bring it and take it out, and nobody's going to question them.
They could, yes, they could.
It's outrageous. Sorry, it's not your fault. But I think it's outrageous that they can do that. The library board that you have in your particular time, I know because on my particular time, you have a board, right?
Yes.
Are those, they're not an elected board, right? I'm supposing they're an appointed board,
Yes.
and then the librarian is an employee.
Yes.
Okay, so you mentioned that you have professional staff that goes through and determines what books they want to pick out. What do you mean? Because they have a master's degree? Does that mean that they have, I don't know, extra special talent in picking out a book, or what? Why is it because they have a master's degree?
They have
A parent may not have a master's degree and they can pick out a good book.
Oh,
So-
absolutely. Not everybody involved in collection development always has a master's degree. What I'm trying to demonstrate is there's a significant amount of training that these professionals have in order to do this collection development. So many of the concerns that are brought up in terms of development, child development, resources that are trustworthy, we're trained to look at that material to make sure that we have the correct and the appropriate material that is on the shelf.
Okay. And listen, I understand, it is a public library, but it's very, very concerning to me that a 12-year-old can go into a library and pull out any type of book that they want, and nobody is even going to question them because they have a library card. To me is crazy. And I get it. Parents they can have that conversation with their kids, but those parents, if they want to, they can also just go to Barnes and Nobles or a bookstore and buy that material if they want to for their children, as opposed to getting it in the library. So I do have some concerns with this. So right now you're saying that you're basically are a sanctuary library in Fairfield. You have those type of books in there. I don't know how this language in this bill is going to determine a sanctuary library. I mean, is there specific books that would make you a sanctuary library? I don't know. I guess that'll be determined once the final language of this bill is drafted. I would think it'd have to be more defined, but have you received any grants right now through you, Madam Chair, for your town for any for the library? Do you know?
There is, again, funding for libraries at the state level is minimal. I mean, we are like the third lowest in terms of state funding for public libraries. So outside of construction grants, which we received many years ago, and our involvement in the kind of shared card program, no, we did not receive many grants.
Thank you. And then just one follow-up question, just bothering me that a 12-year-old can go into a library and pull this information out. Is that policy of a 12-year-old, a policy that was determined by your local library board, or is that something in statute that you're getting from the American Library Association or the Connecticut Library Association? Is there a
Not that I am
recommendation?
aware of, but there are others who will be speaking today that will probably better answer that question.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you coming in. I have no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Kite.
Thank you for a second time, Madam Chair, and through you. So it's my understanding that Fairfield's regulations at 12 and under are under 12 must be supervised at all times.
Yes.
And it's also my understanding, at least in Fairfield, the children's section is physically separated from the young adults section.
Yes.
Teen section, yes, okay. And it's also my understanding that children under 12 in the state of Connecticut need to be supervised by an adult in most public places. And I would appreciate the lawyers in here if they can clarify on that. Is it true that anybody can go into any section of the library at any time and access any book?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, that is wonderful. Is it true, or to your knowledge, do you have young people who come into your library looking for resources that they cannot find in their school library, or they may not be able to access in a bookstore because they may not have the money, or their parents might not have the money?
Absolutely. I mean, that is the role of a public library, is to make sure that everybody has equal access to resources.
Thank you. This is kind of a general question. These books that are coming under assault, do they generally focus around themes of LGBTQIA issues or books that address racism?
Absolutely. That is often the case. And experiences that I've had where books have been challenged or questioned, that is often the subject of the book.
Thank you. And seeing as you are an expert in library sciences, do you believe it's important to young people to see themselves represented in literature, or being able to find information that may help them find their place in this world?
Absolutely. And I do believe that's the role of the library, is to provide that information so they know they are a part of our community and a part of our world.
Thank you very much. I think those are my questions for you. I want to thank you again for making these books accessible to our young people. Thank you.
Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reading the language and the proponents of the bill. It talks about doesn't ban or prohibit any availability of any book by banning or censoring. It doesn't have a contingency in it. It states unless refused by professional library staff. So that's local control, but I don't understand the purpose of the bill then. If the local control is by the professional staff, then the language doesn't have any teeth. You can ban or censor any book you want, the professional staff. Am I wrong or?
I don't believe you're wrong in your interpretation. So
What?
we would love to
Through
continue
the
to.
chair, I mean, I guess, maybe we get back to the proponents of the bill, but there's got to be some reason that they're so strong in the language, but and does not prohibit or limit the availability of any book by banning or censoring. And that's what a professional staff consortium would do. And rightfully so. Again, I'm in favor of local control too, but I think we need to put that language in there if they're going to let that happen.
And again, it goes both ways. We also always provide an opportunity for people to request material be added to the collection. That actually happens much more than material being challenged, and that goes to our process and our policy. So you're correct in that language is a little concerning because it does cede a little bit of local control.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Lane Balsley. Not seeing Elaine, we will go to Heather Tartaglia.
Good afternoon. Representative Linehan, Senator Amar, and honorable members of the Children Committee. I am Heather Tartaglia, Chief Program Officer at the Capital Region Education Council, which is one of 6 Regional Educational Service Center, or RESCs, in the state of Connecticut. RESCs are nonprofit, fee-for-service public agencies. Our mission is to provide high-quality, cost-effective education resources, programs, and services to the state's public schools and communities, including early childhood programs. I ask you to support Senate Bill 1047 to help expedite this much-needed network of services to Connecticut's children from birth to grade school. CREC participates in Early Childhood RESC Alliance, which is a collective of early childhood initiatives and programs offered across the state through the 6 RESCs. These initiatives provide overall support to the field of early education and include Head Start, preschool, school readiness, home visitation, birth to 3, accreditation support for National Association of Education of Young Children, or NIAC, quality improvement services, early childhood professional development and consultation, coaching and mentoring. This collective has the capacity to manage and implement programming locally and statewide. We work with programs that are state funded and non-state funded and bridge the gap between the 2 entities. The RESC Alliance works closely with the Office of Early Childhood to coordinate and provide services. Senate Bill 1047 will allow us to streamline our partnerships and allow the RESC Alliance to work more effectively. With greater efficiency, we can improve our collaboration with the Office of Early Childhood to provide more intentional service and program planning across the state. Our work strengthens professional development services, technical assistance and evaluation, and program activities that not only benefits school districts, but also school readiness programs, child care centers, and group family child care homes. With this partnership, we can also expedite the collection of data to identify the services families readily need and identify families who are not taking advantage of the free supports and resources available to them and their children. Thank you for raising Senate Bill 1047. The passage of this important bill will improve our ability to more effectively support and strengthen families in Connecticut.
Thank you so much. Are there
Thank
any
you.
questions? Seeing none, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Douglas Lord.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Douglas Lord. I represent the Connecticut Library Association. Much like Scott before me, who was in position number 4, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for thinking about children. Thank you for thinking of libraries with this bill and with this potential legislation. And I want to thank you especially for thinking to throw funding at libraries for particular types of things. Obviously, the prior discussion showed the need, and I was planning on speaking to this anyway. There are going to be nuances and wrinkles that need to be addressed prior to any legislation coming out, because we don't want to inadvertently penalize libraries with anything, but we also want to completely affirm the constitutional rights of all citizens, including children's. Those constitutional rights include freedom of speech, freedom to read, freedom to receive free speech. We've heard testimony that most public libraries, there's 165 principal public libraries in Connecticut, 169 towns. Each one has local control. Each community is a little bit different. Each reflects its community, and the professionals in those libraries do very hard work reflecting the values of those particular communities. So something, it ranges. So something in New Canaan might not necessarily reflect the values of the library in tiny Union, Connecticut, just throwing out examples. But essentially, the content decisions need to stay with the librarians. Most of the challenges that we're experiencing do have to do with materials and books to do with LGBTQ+ IA matters, as well as BIPOC BIPOC content. We believe that librarians generally, and the Connecticut Library Association, affirms the dignity of all people. That's part of what we do as librarians. We see people for who they are. So federal courts again and again have affirmed the rights of individuals to make their own choices in public libraries that use public funding. I work in the library in Newtown, Connecticut. I can say that no library that I've ever worked in stocks pornography. There may be sexually explicit sections or, I don't know, little snippets in some of the adult books, but there's nothing going on like that in any kind of children's department. The concerns are real, but they're overblown. The content that is the book that is most frequently challenged in the United States of America is Harry Potter series. That's the type of level that we're looking at. We're not looking at other types of things. Other examples include The Bluest Eye by Pulitzer Prize winner Toni Morrison, or Grapes of Wrath. These are at one time banned books. These were things from the McCarthy era and onward that we've dealt with as a society. So children have constitutional rights. We do always encourage families to make their content choices together. So we encourage parents to talk with their children and children to talk with their parents.
Excuse me, it's been 3 minutes. If you can please summarize.
Yep, thank you very much. So on behalf of CLA and its 785 members, We really thank you for the opportunity. I would also add that a RICE statement, racial and ethnic impact statement, be considered for this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lord, just a quick question.
Sorry.
Do you follow the same practice as Mr. Jarzombek from Fairfield Public Library in that your professional staff review books?
It takes a lot for a library to put a book on the shelf. It has to go through multiple stages of review. The sources related to that review are generally reviewed professionally. These are trade journals, things that are not, things that are very, very small. We do our best to represent all, but it has to be kind of a mainstream book in order to hit the shelves. I wish that I could buy every single book from every single publisher and stock it on my shelf. I don't have anywhere near that amount of money. There's something like 110,000 titles published every year, and I don't have the space.
So do you agree that there, due to the lack of a contingency statement, that your professional people can review that any book should be able to be put in your library, regardless of that, bypassing your professional staff, in other words? I mean, that's the way I read it. Do you interpret that the same way?
That's one of those nuanced and wrinkled, the types of wrinkles that we want to ensure that is ironed out before it becomes a regulation or a law.
Okay.
Because it's obviously not.
I just think it would
that's-
supersede local control. Right.
Well, precisely, right?
Right.
And the noble intent of the legislation might have unintended consequences.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for being here to testify. So just correct me if I'm wrong. So this bill makes libraries sanctuary libraries, which would prevent the ability to ban any book that you should choose, whether the board or whoever it is that chooses. And children right now, and I say children, any child under 18 is not allowed to buy a pornographic book in a store, that be it Playboy or any of the others, but in the library, they would have carte blanche to any book if they were over 12. Is that correct?
There's a lot in there. Your question is, do children over the age of 12 and under the age of 18 have access to all the collections?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Lord, it's good to see you. I believe
see
we
you
met at a
Thompson.
library thing in Thompson. Yeah, it's nice to see you again. In your experience, have you ever recalled a book being taken off the shelf because of your board making agreement that this should not be there?
I mean, the board promulgates, most libraries are very, very similar. So the board promulgates policies that the librarians then administer. So the content decisions usually rest with the librarians. The board, they're business people, they're nonprofit people, they're not necessarily librarians. So the arguments or the conversations do tend to get pretty nuanced, which is why this is such an important component of our society. Librarians are very good at bringing people together to talk about exactly this kind of stuff. Like, did you know that it is a child's constitutional right to free speech, to have free speech? That's their individual right. So the short answer is no, they usually leave that to the librarians, but librarians do, it's called weeding or, remove content from the shelves all the time. It's part of just daily life in libraries. There's just not space for anything.
Okay, thanks for your answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
When you speak to removing content from the shelves, are you talking about deaccessioning?
Yes. Yep.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah,
Can you
absolutely.
please clarify what that is?
Well, I can speak to my library in particular. We have, we're a de facto museum, so some things are accessioned into the collection. Those things probably will never go away. They're nothing like we would be talking about today. A couple years ago now, the Dr. Seuss Foundation decided to let 5 of its titles go out of print because they contained imagery that can be seen as offensive by many members of society. And librarians, for the most part, completely agreed with that. We said, yeah, this is not something that our community would value, or, it has depictions that are demeaning or offensive. So, it's a living collection. It's something that lives and breathes. You see this type of thing all the time, like the Little House on the Books. I'm sorry, Little House on the Prairie books, or any anachronistic type of material.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have a couple of questions and then I'll pass it on. Do you know, and I know you don't know every book that you have in your library by title, but do you have The Bluest Eye?
Yes.
Do you have the Harry Potter books?
Yeah. Yep.
Do you have Mein Kampf?
I don't know. I know it is librarians are excellent at banding together to save money across, community lines. So I'm in a consortium of about 80 libraries. I'm pretty sure that Mein Kampf is available on an ebook format, and it might be available in the consortium.
Thank you. And so to that end, one of the ideas behind the sanctuary library idea is being able to access books that maybe perhaps are not available in your library in Fairfield, say, but are requested by Westport.
Mhm.
And so that's a component in this bill of the sanctuary library.
We try to share whenever we possibly can, because again, it's economically responsible to save money in that way. So for example, my library last year, what I didn't spend on the collection was $130,000. That's more than double my my materials budget. Instead, I spent $4,000 going back and forth between libraries to get things to my patrons who they wanted them.
Librarians are incredibly
Well,
good at doing that.
Try.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. I just thank you, Mr. Lord, again. You made a statement that it's children's constitutional right for free speech. So would you agree that the stores that don't allow children to buy pornography, if they're under 18, over 12, are denying children their constitutional right?
I don't think that applies in a commercial milieu setting. Businesses can sell to who they want.
So you think the constitutional right is different in one setting versus another, whether you're purchasing the book or magazine versus taking it out in the library?
I'm a librarian, I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I don't even play one on television, so I would have no knowledge. I mean, I'm talking about municipal funding.
You brought up constitutional
Yes,
rights, so
absolutely,
that
I
was
did.
why I was running off that. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Representative Kit.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. To your knowledge, does your library contain pornography?
No.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your
Thank you so much
testimony.
for the opportunity. Really appreciate it.
Next up, we have Cindy Jackson.
Good afternoon, Senator Mar, and distinguished representatives of the Committee on Children. My name is Cindy Jackson. I'm chairperson of the Birth to Three Interagency Coordinating Council and Director of Children's Therapy Services, a state contracted Birth to Three provider. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding Senate Bill 2. The Office of Early Childhood is Connecticut's lead agency that administers Part C of Individual with Disabilities Act, IDEA. And part of that act has procedural safeguards in place that require that all of the services be in a parent and child's native language. I would like to address lines 283 and 289 of Senate Bill. Thank you for addressing the disproportional inequity for Spanish-speaking families in Birth to Three. Without this legislation, parents would not be able to fully access information, participate in child's development, and advocate on their behalf. Most of the Birth to Three programs have Spanish speaking staff, especially speech. I'm sorry, Birth to Three programs have limited Spanish speaking staff, especially speech language pathologists, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and special ed teachers. Although directors make every effort to assign Spanish speaking team to families, it's not always possible. So therefore, we have to either assign a developmental therapy associate level or pay for an interpreter without reimbursement from the state. The state pays for interpreters in all other languages except Spanish. So we would request that there be some clarification in the language around this issue to include if Spanish speaking personnel are not available within the program, Spanish speaking interpreters will be reimbursed at the state rate. Our lack of our ability to hire bilingual staff has been especially evident during this past year, especially with an increase of 10% in referrals, as well as a significant workforce recruitment and retention issues. So this leads to the second part in SB2 that is in regards to Birth to Three. Those are in lines 181 through 187. We would like to thank you for putting into legislation a general administrative fee of $200 per child this year and the years thereafter. This, what's considered a gap payment, is meant to cover costly elements not covered in a fee-for-service reimbursement model. When I think about 5-6 years ago, when we went to a fee-for-service model, there was an understanding that there's many things that we do as Birth to Three providers and service coordination that is not covered under fee-for-service. So the idea was to have gap payments for children who are seen for less than 9 hours a month. We really need the $200 per child. We have not had a rate increase since 2017. And the increase last year in the gap really helped
Your 3 minutes
programs.
is up. If you could please summarize.
Really helped programs to increase our ability to access services and also to recruit new personnel to our program. So thank you again for your support of the mission, and hopefully the gap will remain.
Thank you so much. Representative Comey.
Hi, thank you so much for your testimony. I very much appreciate your advocating for improvements to the Birth to Three program. We know that early childhood or the early years are the most important in a child's life, and the work that you do as a Birth to Three program really, gets the kids the support and the parents, the families, the support when they need it earlier the better, and then reduces the cost, gets them up to speed hopefully, and can reduce the cost as they enter the public school districts. My question is regarding, I do have a friend who's a Birth to Three staff person who goes around and helps families. She's described to me some of the additional work that she can only spend 50 minutes with a family, and I may be getting these numbers wrong, but she has additional paperwork and other sorts of things that she has to put in place with family that the fee-for-service is not covering. Can you go into a little bit more depth about that?
Sure. Being a federal program, there are many paperwork that we need to do. Individual family service plans, which we do every 6 months with a family, is paperwork outside of our direct service time. We work with transitioning children to school systems. There's much work to make sure that that is a smooth transition. That is outside of our fee-for-service direct service time. We work with DCF. We'll have meetings with DCF on children that are in both systems. That is outside of our direct service time. So unless we are with a child or with a parent, we cannot bill for the service. So when we have cancellations, We have a child who's out for 2 weeks or a month. We do not bill for that service, even though we have the staff available during that time. We have many no-shows. We go to a family's house. They may not be there. They cancel at the last minute. All those are, we're expending, payment to, time and payment, but we are not getting any reimbursement. So I think those are the things that when we moved from a bundled rate to a fee-for-service rate, there was an understanding that we needed some type of general administrative fee to pay for all of those non-direct times. It started out as $100 6 years ago. We have not had any other increase during that time because a rate study, which is in process now, takes probably 2 years at least to make a change. So the gap payment was a way to be able to kind of give that kind of financial support and stabilize us during times that it takes to do a rate study.
Thank you so much. That was very helpful.
Thank
you. As far as the being reimbursed for Spanish speaking interpreters piece of the bill, I've heard this from from many of the birth to 3 providers across the state. So can you just talk a little bit about your workforce challenges in that area?
Sure. I think it's very difficult to recruit staff that are bilingual. We are in competition with many larger organizations that can offer better salaries, better benefits, not year-round work. So it's very difficult to find bilingual staff at a master's level, and very particularly speech language pathology, physical therapy, occupational therapy. So we are sometimes able to hire developmental therapy associate staff. They have to have a bachelor's degree in a related service, and they can function as a associate level. So what happens is, it's inequitable that those families of Spanish speaking will have that level of staff more so than a speech language pathologist, because we can't find them. So there's inequities of them not having a qualified, I shouldn't say not, they're all qualified, but a certain level of staff with a certain level of expertise. And then it's also a burden on the program because we have to pay usually a rate between $85 to $95 per hour for minimum of 2 hours every time that we have an interpreter go out. And the inequity is OEC pays for it in every other, language. So I think that's been our concern, is that it's not fair to families, and it's not fair to programs.
Yeah, I would agree. And I'm just stunned at what the assumption there was, originally when the.
Well, I think the assumption was that of all the languages, there are more bilingual Spanish speaking people in the workforce than in other languages. I mean, we have Urdu, Albanian, many different languages that are very difficult to find someone. So yes, we're able to hire more bilingual staff, but the number of children with the increase, we had a 10% increase in referrals. Spanish is our second highest one. So I think the combination right now of the increase in referrals, increase in Spanish speaking families, the inability in general to hire staff has really made this an issue right now that is really difficult for programs to handle. So I think maybe 5 years ago, it was a little bit easier, but it is extremely difficult now.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It was very helpful. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Comey. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We
you.
appreciate your time. Next, we have Diane Redleaf.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, chairs, ranking members, and members of the Children's Committee. My name is Diane Redleaf. I reside in Hamden. I'm testifying today on behalf of the national nonprofit Let Grow, where I coordinate our legislative advocacy around the country, including in the 4 states where the legislation to secure protections for children's independent activities have passed into law: Utah, Texas, Oklahoma, and in 2022, Colorado, which unanimously passed the legislation. And I'm pleased to tell you that yesterday, Virginia unanimously passed the legislation and sent it to the governor. We hope that this session, Connecticut's legislature will make Connecticut an independence for children state. Let Grow believes that children today have much less freedom to play independently than ever before in history. And this is a result of many factors, including the lack of clarity of state neglect and endangerment laws. To legally protect children's ability to do something as simple as be allowed to walk to school or ride their bike around the block, we favor putting in an explicit protection into the law that says that when children exercise age-appropriate independence, that is not neglect or endangerment, except if there is an obvious danger that the parent is willfully disregarding. That's what neglect and endangerment should be, not just any time a child is playing outside without an adult. We're pleased and want to thank you for raising Senate Bill, or SB, 1048, but we oppose the specific language in the bill as it now stands. As drafted, by making it an affirmative defense rather than something that the prosecutors must prove, we believe the law as drafted would put an unfair burden on parents and take away the burden of proof from the state. It would make parents have to prove they were reasonable rather than compel the prosecution to show evidence why the children were in danger. And we fear that that provision would have the unintended potential sweep of more parents and children into a punitive criminal system. In Connecticut, as around the country, I'm working in partnership with lawyers, psychologists, and an array of mental health workers who are seeing this issue play out in terms of the mental health challenges that children are facing because of the impact of independence on their ability to problem solve, gain self-esteem, gain confidence, gain resilience. And so we have a wide array of people, educators, mental health workers, and even police and superintendents who are working with us to see that Connecticut becomes a reasonable childhood independence state. I've included some citation to articles that I've written on this topic in my written testimony. I've also included the language of Virginia Bill SB 1367, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have about Let Grow's legislative proposals and its position on SB 1048. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I just want to clarify. So what you're saying is the language in this bill doesn't seem to make it more permissive for parents. It seems to prohibit them in a way with regarding their established or ability to establish parental authority over their children and what they deem is necessary to the court. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's a function of saying it's an affirmative defense, because when you say something's an affirmative defense, that means the parent has to affirmatively show that, and the prosecution by implication doesn't have to show that they endangered the child, with the evidence that they had.
So thank you for that testimony. So this isn't really going to be helpful as written for those parents, correct?
Correct. Just yesterday, a bill came out drafted by the Judiciary Committee that we are, working towards as well. And that has some language that is more in keeping with what we're looking for in terms of clarity.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Comey.
Thank you, Diane, for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair. In your experience, if the burden of proof is on the parent, who would be harmed most by that? What type of demographic, type of
Oh, right.
situation? Can you go into that, please? Thank you.
Sure. So around the country, we are seeing that there is a great disproportionality of intervention by police and child protection among communities of color. And I would say that that was one of the significant factors in Colorado that convinced the Colorado legislature to clarify that independence, and whether it's for necessity or rather out of parenting philosophy that people want to give children independence, or it's out of necessity because somebody works 2 or 3 jobs and needs to patch childcare together. I mean, it does tend to impact the people on the lower socioeconomic scale more heavily if they have an investigation for letting their child be alone, even when they know the child is capable. So yes, I think that that is what we are seeing around the country and in Connecticut as well.
And are you saying that is because folks that are maybe on the lower economic scale are not able to hire expensive lawyers or lawyers at all, and are often self-defending?
They might, that might be the case, and certainly there is a lack of access to counsel at the very front end when the police first come out, or when the child protection, because we don't have a system of providing counsel, free of charge at that front end. And also, I think that there is this snowballing effect, because if a police or child protection comes out and the child is fine, they may go into the home and see something in addition that causes a case. So this is kind of an opening the door when the child, may be perfectly fine, but and doing an activity that the parent knows they're capable of. But we're trying to sort of streamline the process so that the agencies can address the kids who really are being in greater need of attention, rather than the kid who's playing outside and looks to be on the small side.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your input into how it's currently written.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Comey. Could you please tell us, you had referenced a bill that had come out of Judiciary. Do you happen to know the number? If not, we can look it up.
Yes, it just came out yesterday, as I understand. It's SB 1133.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Flanders.
Good afternoon, Senator Maher, ranking members of the committee. My name is John Flanders, and I am here today as the Vice President of Special Education Equity for Kids of Connecticut. SEEK is an organization of parents, providers, advocates, and attorneys working to make system change for improvement of the conditions for children with disabilities here in the state. SEEK wants to offer testimony on 2 bills, 6719 and 1047. Let me start by saying that we are unreservedly in favor of both of these bills, but we do have suggestions that we think might make things a little better. First, with respect to 6719, and I appreciate members of the committee who have preempted some of our suggestions. While first responders may run into children with disabilities in the course of their duty, many schools hire school resource officers who are guaranteed to be dealing with children with disabilities. We think that if the state is going to be requiring training for all first responders, we think that those of school resource officers need to be significantly more robust, and that they have the training that they need to deal with the situations that are going on within their schools. Further, we applaud the provision that allows parents to release information about their children so that responders will have an idea of the individual needs of those children. Again, with school resource officers, there's substantially more information available within the context where they're working that will help them do their jobs properly and protect the interest of those children. So we encourage this to be modified to allow parents to authorize the release of particularly information in the child's IEP, or to authorize members of his or her planning and placement team to talk to the school resource officers so that they have the best information possible when they're making their decisions. In addition, while autism and cognitive disabilities and nonverbal learning disorders have a definite impact on how children react to first responders, there are many other disabilities that have similar kinds of reactions. We note that mental and emotional health issues are on the significant rise here in Connecticut, but things like anxiety may cause a child to react completely unexpectedly in a stress situation. There are other situations. My own son has a hearing loss, and if he didn't happen to have his hearing aid in, when an officer tells him to do something, he's not going to ignore it, but he can't hear what's going on. And so we think that this training should not only encompass the three areas that are in this, but all disabilities, regardless, so that again, our first responders are appropriately trained to deal with unexpected behavior. Then shortly on 1047, a bill authorizing the Office of Early Childhood to contract with the RESC to provide training. Again, we unreservedly support this, but we do note that the RESCs have finite resources, and we want to make sure that enough funds are proceeded within these contracts to make sure that nothing is taken away from the RESC's other duties of dealing with K through 12 education. Again, thanks for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Oh, excuse me, Representative Comey.
I'm sorry, very quickly, John, are you going to upload your testimony? Are you going to send in your testimony, or I didn't see it?
I thought I did, but
okay.
I will fully acknowledge that I am technologically impaired, and I will make sure that I double check and make sure that it gets up there, because it like you said, I write with a fountain pen.
Yeah. That's okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we have it, and it just might not be uploaded yet. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And next is Jan Ponson. Jan? Not seeing Jan. It will be Stephen, and Steve, I really apologize. I'm going to mess up your last name. Wanziak Karp.
Thank you. Members of the committee, I'm Stephen Weinstein Karp. I'm Executive Director for National Association of Social Workers, Connecticut chapter. And we're here to comment on SB2, actually 5 sections. Section 1 is to add staffing for the licensing unit for social work. I can tell you not a week goes by that we do not get calls and emails with licensing questions. And they typically start out with nobody at DPH answers the phone or answers my emails. We feel almost like we're de facto state agency some days. They strongly need additional staffing. Section 9 adds mental health wellness days, which we believe is very much needed. You know, with the pandemic, we did a survey of our members and found 59% reported increased work stress since the beginning of the pandemic. All service providers are facing increased work stress. The idea that you can take a mental health day off, sort of reset yourself and come back to work a little more prepared is something that we allow school children to do now here in Connecticut. It's something I think is deeply needed. And it recognizes the notion that we're not talking about mental illness, but it recognizes the notion that mental health is preventative mental health is an important aspect and should be utilized in paid sick time. Section 11, we think, is actually a wonderful idea. We have tremendous number of our members and other clinicians who complain about dealing with insurance companies. We did a survey in 2021 and found that 33% of our members had to wait over 30 minutes just to talk to someone in an insurance company. 76% of our providers had to contact the company multiple times to resolve an issue. 44% of our members indicated that they had denial of payments retroactively within the past 12 months. 71% had missing reimbursement payments. The number of problems and hassles with insurance companies really is stealing away time that should be utilized by the clinician for treatment hours. It's also causing many clinicians, social workers, and other mental health providers to simply either not take certain insurance companies or not take coverage from insurance at all, strictly do private pay. The problem with that is not everyone can pay privately. And it's very important, particularly an experienced clinician, are the ones who are most likely going to be leaving the insurance coverage. So having an ombudsman that can help resolve issues based on the very successful healthcare advocates office, I think is something that's very much needed, been needed for a long time. And I think will also help legislators. When those of you get calls from your constituents regarding an insurance company problem, you would have an office you could refer them to, just in the way you refer them to the healthcare advocate. Section 13 reduces the licensing application fees for social workers. We have by far the highest fees in any jurisdiction in the nation on an annualized basis. As we're trying to move people into the field of social work, the application fees are one of the many barriers that we come across. I think it's time that Connecticut does something for some kind of fee relief. Every time in the past when we've had a budget crisis, they've raised our fees. Well, now we have a budget surplus. We're asking to roll back those fees. Finally, Section 14 deals with biennial renewal, 2-year renewal of licensure. Connecticut's one of only 6 states in the country that renew social work licenses every year. 3 of them do it triennially, every 3 years, including New York. Our other surrounding states all license renew every 2 years. Again, it adds to the incredible cost of doing business, if you will, as a social worker in Connecticut. And there's no reason we can't have a 2-year renewal of a license. It's not like there's some safety issue here that every year we have to make sure we can renew somebody. We do note, though, that continuing education credits are tied into the annual renewal. So if we go to biennial renewal, we would ask that be clarified, that the 15 hours that is needed every year would really need to be adjusted to 30 hours of credit every 2 years. And that really falls within the standards of practice for almost every state in the country. So again, we appreciate that this is an opportunity to assist the social work profession. Those social workers are the largest group of mental health providers in our state. Throughout the pandemic, I kind of look at some of our folks as the quiet heroes. Because of confidentiality, we don't go on the TV. We can't talk about what we're seeing with our clients. But we're really the backbone of the mental health care system in this state. And these proposals will clearly send a message to our profession that they are appreciated and that this legislature is willing to support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. As someone who's just renewed my license recently, I can totally concur with everything that you just said. So, and again, I have read your name forever, and I apologize. It's the first time I've said it out loud, so I didn't mean to mess it up. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Stephen, for your testimony. I really appreciate it and appreciate the collaboration with the National Association of Social Workers as we all work to combat what is truly a mental health crisis right now. I think we've made some strides in the legislature over the past couple of years, and trying to identify where there are still shortages and what we can do about that. And I think that, as you pointed out, this bill addresses that on several levels. Is there anything that's missing from this bill that you feel that the legislature really needs to address as we look to address the mental health needs of children across the state?
You know, part of our issues, maybe the legislature can't necessarily address other than to use your bully pulpit. Salaries are a significant problem. The legislature could fund nonprofits at a much higher rate than our level than we do now, and put some of that money toward making sure some of that money goes towards salaries. But there are issues like someone new moving into an agency can get $2,000 to $5,000 sign-on bonus. You can be there 20 years, and I'm married to a clinical social worker, and for all the years that she's practicing, the agencies don't do any stay-on bonuses or longevity bonuses. Supervision needs to be looked at as we move more new licensed master level social workers into agencies. They all are going to need supervision by licensed clinical social workers. Agencies need to plan for that. They need to give time for that. They need to give compensation for that. Again, I'm not saying that these are things that the legislature can necessarily legislate, but I think it's something that needs to be further discussed publicly to encourage a better working environment, because without that, we are going to lose people. And we actually did a workplace study, and we asked our members how many had left an agency in the last 2 years. It was 20%. Then we asked how many are thinking of leaving an agency for private practice in the next 2 years. It was 29%. That is a frightening figure that I think we all need to really try to figure out ways to address. So I appreciate that question.
Thank you, and I appreciate your answer. And hopefully we can continue to work together with those in the field to really understand why the shortages exist and what we can do as the legislature to work to build up the practice and make available social workers to our children. So thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. And are there any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Stephen, can you hold on 1 second? Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just was wondering, do you, as a licensed clinical social worker myself, I was wondering if that information of, you said you just did a study, the information of that study, could you make that available to your members, or could you make it available to us?
So we have made it available to our members. I'd be glad to share that with the committee.
I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Seminara. I think that is it. So thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Next is Rebecca Dunn.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Dunn, and I am the president of the board for SARA Inc. And I'm here speaking to you as a board president, but also as a parent about the Birth of Three system. This is my little one here. Let's see him, Asher. He's asleep on me, of course. Asher is now 4 years old, and he is in the school system. And I also have a 2-year-old who is receiving Birth of Three services. Asher received Birth of Three services from the time that he was born. He has Down syndrome, and so we were connected right away to Birth of Three. And I just want to say how amazing that experience was to be able to work with the providers. And I'm an attorney and I'm a social worker, and I have a lot of experience dealing with developmental disabilities and mental health. And it's different when it's your own child, no matter what. So first, I just want to thank you all for including the language for the GAP provision. That $200 for each child goes a long way. And so thank you for including that and extending that. But I did want to take a few minutes just to address the provisions concerning the Spanish interpretation and the Spanish qualified, Spanish speaking providers. I'm really happy to see this language in here because it's an equity issue. And it's really important to have families be able to get the services that they need for these little kids in languages that they can, that is their language spoken in their home. However, there's also a cost factor, right? So I know it was addressed earlier, but the issue of requiring translation, that is something that is going to cost the agencies money. And these are agencies that do not have the money to spare, frankly. Additionally, with the workforce issues, it's really hard to find providers in general. Every board meeting I'm at, I'm hearing about people who have left the agency, people who are being, recruiting to bring people back on. There's a workforce issue everywhere. And to try to find people who are bilingual is that much harder. And we have to be competitive, and there's only so much we can compete with the school districts who are also looking for the same people, the SLPs, the OTs, the PTs who work with children. And it's a real problem. And so while I'm really happy to have this language included in here and fully support that, I would also ask that there be thought given to the funding component and the ability to use an interpreter and to have an interpreter that is being funded by the state, so that way the families can receive those incredibly needed services in their own language, but in a way that is going to allow these agencies to stay afloat financially. Thank you very much. And Asher would love to say hi to you all, but he fell asleep on my lap during listening to everybody else.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Could you clarify what you just said about the interpreter and how that would be different than what is proposed in the bill?
Yes, of course. So if you look at lines 286 to 289, it says that, and I'm going to read it here, it says that an eligible child whose primary language is Spanish shall be entitled to receive early intervention services from Spanish-speaking qualified personnel and a Spanish-speaking service coordinator. And that would be fabulous if that could happen all the time. If every agency had enough Spanish-speaking personnel on staff to provide those direct services to those families, that would be fantastic. However, because of the workforce shortage and the challenge in finding bilingual staff, that's not always going to be feasible for agencies to provide directly. So the ability to also have an interpreter. So by adding the language or use of an interpreter, that would enable agencies to have a staff member, an SLP or a PT who doesn't speak Spanish, but using an interpreter to assist them in providing those services to the families.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we wish Asher a really good nap and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next is Linda Mays. Not seeing Linda. There's
Yes.
Linda.
No, I'm here.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for the chance to speak with all of you. I'm Dr. Linda Mays, and I am the chair of the Yale Child Study Center, as well as the chief of pediatric behavioral health services in the Yale New Haven Health System. I am a pediatrician myself, and I'm just so grateful to all of your consideration for children's behavioral health and how we can really advance children's behavioral health in our state. There's just a couple of things that I want to highlight and have a chance then to talk with you about. I think, as you've already been hearing, what's dramatic for us across the state, and I'm not just speaking for the southern part of the state, I'm speaking for Connecticut and Connecticut's children. We're experiencing, similar to the whole country, as you've heard, a tremendous increase in volume of children and adolescents with behavioral health needs, but also increasing severity, which means that they need services for longer and they need services along a continuum. So the first point to make and to engage with you on is to think about how we move children across a continuum of services in our state, not just with one single point solution, but how do we think about how children enter our behavioral health care system and how do we move them along at levels to match the services to the levels of need they have and get them to a place where they can continue to thrive and develop. So we're recommending, and would love to talk with you about it, that to increase the access to behavioral health care across our state and develop a coordinated system, we need to strengthen existing support, especially for outpatient services. And at the same time, as I'm sure you're hearing from many others, improve reimbursement for behavioral health and behavioral health clinicians. So we recommend an approach that's multi-pronged, that supports this continuum of healthcare approach. And we're actually very well resourced in many ways in our state. We have the components of this continuum across the state. What we need to do is to support and strengthen and better integrate those components across the state. So the three areas that you're hearing from others as well is to expand support for existing outpatient services, including outpatient care, intensive outpatient care, and in-home programs. To think about the efforts and increase the efforts around prevention, that is that entry point into this continuum, continuing as you have done in the previous session to strengthen access mental health for supporting pediatricians who really are the front line, expanding then behavioral health services in schools, and we'd love to think about developing an access mental health model for school staff that's similar to what's for pediatricians. And then all of us that you've been hearing from are talking about workforce development. But the point that we would make quite strongly is the limiting obstacle for workforce development is the reimbursement structure. They go hand in hand. With poor reimbursement structure, whether it's federal or commercial payers, the reimbursement is low, thus salaries are low, and thus people leave the field, as you've been hearing. And this inequity in reimbursement is a disincentive. So the two need to be addressed. There's many efforts that have already been made, but the two need to be addressed hand in hand. So just to conclude, there is a continuum of care that exists in our state, but we need to buttress it and strengthen it. No part can function without the other. And very, very urge you to consider direct additional resources for outpatient care, Medicaid rate increases, and for community-based, again, outpatient services. Love to take questions and love to engage with you on this topic. And again, thank you for your efforts.
Thank you so much for your time and for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I did have a question. You just mentioned that there's disparity between reimbursement rates. Do you mean that amongst providers?
No. Yes, no, actually what I mean is that reimbursement rates for behavioral health care for children are actually lower than reimbursement rates for physical health care for children. So that is an issue. And the reimbursement rates, whether they're commercial payers or Medicaid, are actually so low that it is very difficult for any provider, be they a health system or a private practitioner, for any provider to actually sustain a practice or sustain services just on those reimbursements. And just to say, this is not just a Connecticut issue. This is a nationwide issue, that how we reimburse for behavioral health is not on par with how we reimburse for physical health. And it has multiple effects, including on workforce.
Yeah, I agree. And thank you so much for that clarity.
Thank you, Senator Seminara. Would you say, I have a quick question. Would
Sure.
you say that our nation values behavioral health?
Uh, That's a wonderful question. And so here's one response. I think that there's been great progress in our nation. Just as, for example, as you've seen, that there's a more open discussion with John Fetterman's seeking treatment for depression. So there's a more openness and willingness to acknowledge behavioral health in our nation. However, I also think that there is still a reluctance and not quite full comfort with acknowledging that children's behavioral health is not only should be a very pressing concern, but that children's behavioral health is a long-term investment, or if we don't invest, it will impact in the long term. So I think we're making progress in being able to talk about behavioral health generally, but we have a lot to go, a lot more progress to make. And it comes hand in hand with how we value children in the nation as well.
Thank you. I 100% agree with you on that.
Thank
I
you.
do see a lot of progress, but I also think we have a very long way to go.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time. Any other
Thank you.
questions? Okay, we're good.
Thank you.
We have Jason Sundby, but I do not see him. So going forward, then it is Jose Sarmiento. No. And Chris Noby. Sorry, I know I saw you there, but
Hi.
Didn't spend time getting ready to say your name. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Mar and Representative Lenahan and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Chris McNabo, and I'm chair of the Youth Camp Advisory and Safety Council. I'm here today to testify on Senate Bill 1054. As the bill stands, I am not in favor. I would like to give you a brief overview of the work of the council. I have submitted my full testimony online and will focus now on the following. The members work in conjunction with OEC with the common goal of making youth camps safe. The work of the council includes reviewing proposed new legislation or changes to existing legislation affecting camps, developing and updating standards for and conducting program reviews of staff certifications and requirements for camp directors and alternates, directors of first aid, aquatics, archery, challenge courses, horseback riding, shooting sports, and small craft and waterfront. Acting as a link between Connecticut Camping Association and OEC on best practices, current issues, and trends in camping, and providing opportunities for dialogue. We also consulted in the development of the Med Administration training standards by unlicensed personnel. And annually, we review statistics from camp license inspections, including common violations and injuries, and create ways to improve outcomes. We are currently working with OEC to implement the new enhanced background check system. We have worked successfully with many commissioners over the years and strengthened key areas in Connecticut camping practices, especially during the height of COVID. For many families, camp was their lifeline during the pandemic, as other services, including schools, have been remote. Our membership has always been diverse and rotates among current professionals active in the camping field who are knowledgeable and willing to share their time and talents in the detailed process we undertake to stay current. That is key to getting this work done. And as a point of interest, our council does include private camps in our membership. We have advocated several times to include municipal camps in the licensing process, as we feel all children deserve to have the standard of care given in licensed camps. This has routinely been thwarted by towns saying it's too expensive, yet several tragedies have occurred in unlicensed municipal programs. As an ad hoc group, we have accomplished much and know the individual strengths and knowledge of our members. We continually reassess our team, and when new appointments are made, we solicit input from camping professionals. We embrace new diverse appointments as vacancies occur that represent licensed youth camps. Our current system is working well and has done so for over 40 plus years. So why change it? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Lenahan.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. Hi there. I thank you for coming here today. I have to be extremely honest and tell you that I walked in a little late through your testimony, and I have it pulled up now looking at it, but I wanted to ask you, did I hear correctly as I was walking in that you are currently, you sit on the OEC Camp Advisory Board?
I'm the chair of it. Yes.
You are, okay. And like I said, I just kind of heard as I was coming in. So you are saying that you already have private camp associations on this advisory board, but when we asked the Office of Early Childhood for that information, we didn't receive any information that there were private camps sitting on there. So maybe that's just a little outdated. Is that what?
No, I think there might be just some misinformation because we represent all different kinds of camps that operate in Connecticut. There are for-profit and nonprofit day and residential camps, specialty camps, and colleges that run camps on their campus. To be a licensed youth camp, you are either a for-profit or a nonprofit. So a private camp would be a camp that is probably a for-profit camp. And there are several of those members on the committee already, the council already.
Okay, great. I just, the reason why this is really important is if there is this great misunderstanding of what is out there and what is happening, we need to get that clarification. So we're the Children's Committee, and unfortunately, I'm going to give you homework. If you could send the chairs of this committee an email along with your contact within OEC and share your testimony and share the fact that you feel this is already done, that would certainly help the chairs here to sort out what the correct information is.
Absolutely.
Great. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all
No
for me.
problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Linehan. Anyone else? Seeing no other questions, we really appreciate your testimony and look forward to getting your homework.
Will do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Colleen Bailey.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of SB2, an act concerning the mental, physical, and emotional wellness of children. My name is Colleen Bailey, and I'm the Executive Director of the West Haven Library. I support this bill and specifically the items relating to libraries and protecting the freedom to read. Censorship concerns are rising across the country, and this bill will help to support libraries and the important work we do to protect everyone's right to read. Children gain an increased interest in reading when they see characters depicted in books and literature that look like them. Every parent can decide if material is right for their child to read, but no parent should be making the decision that all children shouldn't read something. Libraries pride ourselves in having diverse collections. There are no non-readers, just books that haven't found the right reader yet. West Haven is one of 25 municipalities that are considered distressed. Seeing state aid being reintroduced for libraries is heartening to see. Every little bit helps when you're an underfunded library such as us. We are less than 1% of the total city's budget, despite being a city entity utilized by more residents than any other. Libraries are safe havens, community centers, learning institutions, and one of the last places left you can just exist in without spending anything. I applaud the Connecticut legislature for recognizing the vital role we play in the welfare of Connecticut residents. Thank you for your time today. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say that no parent should make the choice of what their children should read?
No. I'm saying that every parent has the right to make a decision for their child. Just saying that parents shouldn't be making the decision for every child that comes into the library. Every parent has a unique situation of what they may want their children to read. We provide as many materials as we possibly can so that people have a large range of materials to choose from for their children to decide what to read.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify. So you are the Executive Director of the West Haven Library. That's correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm curious, this bill makes libraries sanctuary libraries. Is the West Haven Library currently a sanctuary library through you, Madam Chair?
I mean, we have materials that people may find objectionable, but we're not considered something that you may consider a sanctuary. And that was new language that I saw in regards to the bill, much like Doug and Scott had mentioned previously.
So you don't prohibit any books within the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm just curious what your policy is in West Haven of age limit for children to take books out.
We're very similar to Scott and Doug in that children must have a parent or guardian, or as we call them, their person present when they take materials out under the age of 12.
So anybody, and I'm assuming your library, like every library, has sexual explicit material in it, that things that are age appropriate. So anybody over the age of 12 would be able to go and take a book out for any content. How would you know their age? Through you, Madam Chair.
We don't put ages into our records. Again, everyone who comes in to take materials out needs to have a library card. And like I said, a parent needs to be present when for a child that's under 12 when they go to take apply for a library card. But beyond that, we don't prohibit anyone from taking material out.
Thank you. So a child under 12 years old, are they able to get a library card?
They can get a library card at 5 years old as long as they have a parent present with them when they do that. And obviously a parent has to be with a 5 or 6 year old when they go to take material out. So that parent would be the person who is regulating what their children are taking out.
I understand. How would you know if somebody was 10 or 12 years old if everybody gets a library card?
I mean, we're not
It's over 12, correct? They don't need a parent. If somebody came in at the age of 11 or 10, sometimes you can't tell the difference. How would you know?
We do put birth ages in our records for kids under 12.
I understand that. Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, you put them in your records.
So we have.
But when somebody comes up to take a book out and they are 10 years old, they may look 12. How do you know? Do you ask them for identification? Through you, Madam Chair.
No, so what would happen is, so we have what we call patron records. So every single person that's in our system through our library system will have a record of, their name, where they may live, etc. For children under 12, we put the age in those records, with in addition to who their parent may be or their guardian. So that when we go to scan that library card, if something comes up and someone is 10 years old, then that would indicate to my staff that the person is not old enough to be taking material out without having a legal guardian present.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So, but somebody between the ages of 12 and 18, they can pretty much come in and take out any book that they want without parental consent. It's just they have a library card and they can take it out. Are your particular, is it age, for some reason with most of the libraries, it seems to be age 12 is the
I believe I believe it may be the state statute, and which is why we all go with age 12.
It seems to be the age of 12 is where people feel that children are age appropriate to take out books that have sexual implicit content in it, which personally I disagree with, but that's besides the point. Does your library, the West Haven Library, have a database where somebody can actually go online and look at the books that you haven't currently in your library?
Yeah, so West Haven is part of what we call the Lion Consortium. We are in a consortium with 30 other libraries. So we share that catalog because we're sharing those resources, and it ends up bringing the cost down quite a bit. So anyone can come in and use our online catalog to look up any material that we may have in our collection.
I got you. And does your library share these books with the schools, the public schools?
We have a good relationship with our school system, but we are on a separate system with that. So my children's librarians will often meet with the library media specialists in the West Haven school system to make sure that we do have the materials they may be utilizing in the school system.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mastro Francesco. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'll do it. At this point, we are going to recess our public hearing and resume in about 5 minutes. And the next person we'll be hearing from is Jan Punsen. Thank you. The public hearing is now recessed.
And I'd like to welcome you to the committee meeting for the children, for the Committee on Children. We have a committee meeting scheduled for 2 o'clock. At this point, we'd like to recess that meeting and we will resume the public hearing and then come back to you. So consider the meeting in recess, and we will, once the public hearing is officially over, we will then reconvene. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that was the fastest 5 minutes in history. I'm sure you're all thrilled. And we would like to hear from Jan Punsen. Thank you.
Trying to unmute and okay, here I am. Thank you, Senator Merrick, Representative Linehan, and members of the committee. Thank you for a chance to speak here. I just want to reiterate some points I think that others have heard before. The state of child mental health care or a parent going through care for their child feels like being in a web of ropes, and when you move the web tightens, and all the elements of care are markedly intertwined with each other that way. I'm a child psychiatrist. I am the vice chair of clinical affairs for the Child Study Center. I have experience in the emergency room, the inpatient unit. I run a children's day hospital. I am the medical director of our youth services. So I'm speaking from a really broad perspective. And what I see families experiencing is tremendous difficulty accessing care and accessing care in a timely way. The words I regularly hear are, it's a nightmare. Who's going to help me figure this out? There's a 6-month wait list. And it is very challenging for parents. And this would not happen in a child who is diagnosed with an infection. Well, you'll see your doctor in 3 months or 6 months. Your infection is not going to get better in that time delay. So it's very painful to see families experiencing this, and we oftentimes feel quite helpless in such situations. My colleagues have spoken before about reimbursement and the challenges of reimbursement and the underfunding that doesn't allow to provide care. A lot of the children that we're working with require intense services. So not only is the care under reimbursed for what you're doing, but there are no mechanisms to fund the amount of labor and effort that involves coordinating care for complex situations and families, talking to the school, talking to the pediatrician, talking to the other psychiatrists, talking to the other outpatient providers. So it's not only the reimbursement for an individual session or moment, but the cost of care is beyond the individual reimbursement. I think it's something to think about. The other piece is that this is the Children's Committee and the focus is on children. And to me, this is not just about helping children feel better, which is the right thing to do. It's our state and the future of our state. Children with this degree of distress and inability to go to school, inability to function, are not going to launch. And we're seeing an increased number of teenagers and young adults who are not able to leave the home, not able to join the workforce, not able to continue their education. And so this has substantial cost for their lives and for those around them as well. So I'm once again out underlining some of the challenges that we're experiencing on a day-to-day basis with taking care of children. And I'll leave my testimony there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Maureen Sullivan, followed by Diane Gazemba.
Good afternoon. I've been with you since this hearing started this morning. I've had the opportunity to hear my colleagues in the library profession address you, and I'm going to target my remarks specifically in 2 areas. The first is to stress with all of you how important it will be to engage the leaders in the library community in Connecticut in consideration of what it is that is intended with this law, this act. Because as you have seen yourselves, and particularly Representative Pizzuto pointed this out, it's a complex situation. And we in the library community have learned about this only recently, and everyone with whom I've talked about what is proposed here is eager to be part of the discussion to ensure that whatever results from this, any laws made, are going to really serve children and youth and are going to make sense for the people who are served by libraries, but also the library professionals. So we are ready to engage and help everyone who is going to be enacting this work to understand the complexity and to understand what the best practices would be. It's also the case that I want to stress that the work that is done by librarians who are selecting material for our collections, particularly when those materials are intended for children, teens, it's really important for those individuals doing this work to be, as Scott said, well-trained, but also act in concert with the policies that have been set by the libraries, because those policies are determined by the local library board, and they are put in place to really guide the curation work that our librarians are doing. I am currently the acting city librarian in New Haven. I also serve as the chair of the State Library Board. And it's really through my work in New Haven that I have come to understand how deeply committed those individuals who choose to work with youth in our libraries are to the effective development of children. And we wrestle on a regular basis with the challenge of one of our core principles, which is the freedom to read. But we also engage with parents, caregivers, and others who are involved in the whole effort of helping children develop to be effective, to ensure that these children have access to information and they have the opportunity to exercise their own freedom to read. So if I could leave you with one message, it would be, as this work continues, please continue to engage people in the library field in the discussions so that the result will be something very effective for the children of Connecticut. And I thank you.
Thank you for staying with us throughout this time, and thank you for your testimony. You just mentioned the principle of the freedom to read. I wondered if perhaps you could just expound on that a little bit.
It's a core value of librarianship, and we actually like to think that it's a core value of our democracy. And what it really means is that each of us as an individual has the right to exercise choice about what it is that we will read. And we extend it to children. And one of the things that our children's librarians are very actively engaged in is literacy, helping children to read. And it's a very important area for partnership with teachers in the schools and also the library media specialists who work in the schools.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we really appreciate your time and testimony.
Thank you for having me.
Next is Diane Gazamba, and I apologize if I got that wrong.
You've actually got it right. So thanks so much. Good afternoon, Senator Maher and standing members of the Committee for Children. I'm here today from East Con. My name is Diane Gazamba. I'm testifying on behalf of Bill Raise number 1047, an act authorizing the Commissioner of Early Childhood to enter into certain contracts. I'm a member of the RESC Alliance. There's six sister RESC across the state. There's EastCon, Learn, FREC, EdAdvance, CES, and ACES. And as a member of the RESC Alliance, EastCon is a longstanding agency that's provided services in early childhood across the state in our community, as well as in other communities across the state. We have frequently led the agency, obtaining funding for the 6 regional education service centers across the state, and certainly understand the need for continuity of professional development services, technical assistance and evaluation, program planning, inclusive of implementation of activities to local and regional boards of ed, school readiness programs, childcare centers, childcare homes and family childcare homes. So we service the full gamut of services in early childhood. East Con has been a partner with the Connecticut Office of Early Childhood since their inception, since they were formed through legislation. And we really have been supporting the early childhood field for a number of years and have been a leader. As an agency in good standing, we provide exemplary services to children of young ages from prenatal through age 8, and provide guidance and expertise to early childhood providers in the workforce, both to directors as well as to those that work within the programs. We want to make sure that we're helping them improve their educator practices and enable them also to provide high quality early learning services to children and families that contribute to equitable outcomes for all children and families served. By addressing the barriers which currently exist for expediting contracts, Bill number 1047 will allow the Office of Early Childhood to secure contracts and funding services that they identify as needed with the 6 members of the RESC Alliance that ensures the continuity of services in a timely manner. The continuity of services is what I'm most concerned about. Through this legislation, the ability to enter into certain contacts will positively affect the current fragile system of care for our youngest learners across the state of Connecticut. When I'm referring to the fragile system of care, we all know that childcare programs across the state have struggled with staffing, have struggled to maintain staff. And one of our jobs also is to support directors on how to onboard new staff coming into the field that have really very little experience working at this point in time. I therefore ask you to support this bill and to provide a more efficient and effective contracting process so that we may be able to deliver those services to children and families in what they deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Linehan.
Thank you very much. Hi there. I just wanted to, I don't have any questions. I think your testimony was fantastic. I just wanted to say thank you for your work. I am the RESC's biggest fan. So I love what you guys do. And I just wanted to get on the record that I thank you very much for what you do.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, again, we appreciate your testimony and your time.
Thank you very much.
Next is Kate, I'm going to say this wrong, Byrode. Byrode, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Senator Maher, Representative Linehan, and members of the Committee on Children. I am the director of the Cragen Memorial Library in Colchester and a resident of West Hartford. I write in support of language in SB 2 that addresses public libraries. I think many of you are aware of the increasing number of challenges to the programs and collections of libraries across the country and here in Connecticut. These challenges are often framed to protect children from sexual abuse or the complicated feelings and discomfort that may arise when learning about our country's history of slavery and institutional racism. What they overlook is the feelings and mental health needs of LGBTQ and BIPOC youth who need and want to see their experiences and questions addressed in the books and media that they consume. What they overlook are the desires of their families to see their children grow up with a sense of hope, safety, acceptance, and opportunity. Research shows that LGBTQ youth are not inherently prone to suicide risk because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, but rather placed at higher risk because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized in society. In other words, they are most endangered by bigotry. One of the best places for youth to find their experiences reflected is in the pages of books found at their local public library. One of the best places to find a safe space to meet other LGBTQ youth and build a support network is at the local public library, a safe place free and open to all. For example, in Colchester, we welcome a diverse group of a dozen or so middle school students every day after school. They do homework and hang out. Many of them identify as LGBTQ and don't feel comfortable in after-school activities, in other, athletics and things like that. They find books and media that reflect their lives and interests, but more importantly, they make friends and they find trusted adults, all of which contribute to better mental health and reduce the risk of suicide. I was very pleased to see the committee's language in SB 2 calling for recognition and support of sanctuary public libraries, which is a new concept, through reworking of the state aid incentive grant to principal public libraries. Thank you for recognizing our work and the challenges to the freedom to read that we are currently facing. While I and my colleagues welcome the financial assistance, I need to note, due to ongoing budget rescissions in the past, that the incentive grants have not been paid to libraries since 2016. Please move this bill forward with a note appropriating new funds for this budget line. Talk to your friends at APROPS. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Yeah.
Representative Kite.
That's quite all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Byrode? Byrode, Ms. Byrode, thank you so much for testifying today. And if I may, through you, Madam Chair, just a couple of quick questions. I'm not sure if you're aware of a recent study that says that LGBTQIA youth are less likely to have suicidal ideations when they have access to supportive spaces, safe spaces.
Yes, I am aware.
And do you believe your library provides such a safe
I
space?
do believe that.
Thank you
Yes,
very much.
We've been the home for the GSA, the middle school GSA.
Thank you so much. As the mother of a transgender teen, I applaud your efforts. And I am sure many other parents who've watched their children struggle to find acceptance appreciate that as well. Now, could you tell me a little bit more about what types of books are being challenged in your libraries?
So the books that are receiving the most challenge are books that simply depict LGBTQ people. So for example, a storybook that simply shows two parents of the same sex. It's a picture book. We call this everyday diversity. We also have seen challenges in the country where the two parents in question are obviously of different racial backgrounds. So a lot of the challenges are at that level. It's like, and they'll be framed as this is sexually explicit. Nobody's in a bedroom, nobody's naked, nobody's undressed, nobody's kissing. I mean, this is a lot of these challenges are based on sort of a panic.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, one more follow-up question. I know in my library in Fairfield, we had a challenge to a book regarding a sex education book for LGBTQIA youth. Are there other books in public libraries that you know of that address heterosexual sex ed subjects? Yes. Have they been challenged?
Not in recent years, no, but they do exist on our shelves. A lot of the time they do get checked out and never returned. So we have to decide whether or not to purchase them again.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative Kit. And Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in to testify today. We appreciate it. Do you think there's any books out there, pornographic, or are there any books that you can think of that should not be made available to children under 18 in the public library?
I think that's really up to their parents. I think that I have worked, just setting aside pornography for a moment, I have personally worked with families who did not embrace the concept of evolution and did not allow their children to check out dinosaur books. This is the real truth. I am not having you on. And so I think that if a teenager is coming to the library and they're bringing home books, mom should say, hey, what'd you get at the library? Show me. I know that parents who take an interest in their children's reading will often say, I'd rather that they were exploring or learning about things in a book and they came to me with questions than hiding in a corner and getting it, getting something in a, like on the street corner or at the drugstore, in the back alley. We don't, my library has $53,000 a year to spend. We're not buying pornography as such. Pornography is, got a very strict legal definition. The mere presence of nudity or sexual acts is not enough to make something pornographic. Many people read books with sexual content. James Patterson, best-selling author, has sexual content. A lot of kids will start picking up those books at, 14, 15 years old.
Thank you for that answer. So we know that dinosaur books are not illegal to sell to children in
Correct.
stores, but we know pornography is. So I
Right.
just wanted to distinguish that. So
Yes.
we know it's illegal to sell them in stores, but we're now making it available, or it is available in libraries for children.
I would say that I don't have pornography on the shelves of the library. Because
So-
there is a statute that has lays out what pornography is in the Connecticut General Statutes. I've read through that thoroughly. I took a course in my master's program where we spent time looking at these statutes. And one of the things that we have to do as per Supreme Court decisions is look at the work as a whole. So it has to have, so we look at things as to whether or not they have literary and artistic merit, but we are not buying Playboy and having it on our shelves for children or adults for that matter to check out. Are there books that have adult content and adult themes available on our shelves? Yes. But we are not I have $53,000. I am not spending it on pornography.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you did say that sexual acts weren't necessarily considered pornographic.
They are not.
Okay, thank you.
If you look at the statute.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Representative Dauphinay, and thank you. And Representative Lenahan.
Hi, thank you very much for being here. You actually answered one of my questions in your last response to the good representative. But I think that there may be some confusion as to what is pornography.
Yes.
So I just want to go over that again. Do you have available pornographic magazines such as Hustler?
No.
Is there any library in the state of Connecticut that you are aware of that has something like Hustler to be checked out?
I have never seen that in any library in Connecticut.
Do you believe something like that has literary value?
I don't really. I think
I would
people
agree.
enjoy them, but I don't think.
Right. It's not exactly literary work. And I think
But everybody used to read Playboy for the articles.
Oh, that's what I was told.
Yeah.
I guess my point is of the things that some people seem to be labeling as pornography, we can say without a doubt that it does not fit the statutory definition of pornography, and that in your schooling, your continuing education, and your experience, you have learned, studied, and applied the definition of pornography in Connecticut general statutes, as well as the I know it when I see it issue through the Supreme Court. And therefore you can say that children at no time in your library and likely in other libraries in the state of Connecticut are not actually around pornography in a library.
Correct.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Linehan. If there are no other questions, we appreciate your time and your testimony. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, we have Melanie Wild Lane, followed by Ellen Paul. Okay. I don't see Melanie. So not seeing her, let's go to Cassandra Banks. And if not Cassandra, Rebecca Rudo. Cassandra is here. Cassandra?
Cassandra, yes.
Okay, cool.
Hi,
Great.
Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Chairs Linehan and Maher, Vice Chairs Kit and Kushner, Ranking Members Dolphinus and Seminara, and distinguished members of the Committee on Children. My name is Cassandra Banks, and I am pursuing my master's in social work at the University of Connecticut. After I graduate, I hope to work towards increasing access to mental health services for people. I am testifying in strong support of SB2, an act concerning the mental, physical, and emotional wellness of children. It has been said time and time again, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated mental health concerns for children and adults across the world and in Connecticut. In a 2021 report by the National Alliance on Mental Health, 1 in 6 U.S. youth ages 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder every year. In Connecticut, about 40,000 youth ages 12 to 17 have depression. Although the COVID-19 pandemic exposed serious mental health concerns, not only in our state, but across the world, there is still a stigma around mental health. This stigma has caused a lack of needed mental health services. Passing SB2 will work towards ending the stigma around mental health to provide better access to services. In Section 9 of SB2, the Committee on Children has added mental health wellness days as part of permitted paid sick leave for service workers. Service workers include community and social service specialists, community health workers, librarians, food service workers, and many more. Including this language in the bill will begin to break the stigma around taking days off to nurture a person's mental health. In a study completed by the American Psychological Association regarding mental health supports for employees, 34% of workers stated one support that they could use more in the workplace is a workplace culture that respects time off for mental health related reasons. We need to make sure that we are also supporting the mental health of workers and adults, because if we don't, then we are not showing our children what nurturing our mental health means and looks like. SB2 also addresses mental health services that could benefit communities across Connecticut. This bill supports public libraries and librarians by providing funding to public libraries. In Section 7, children whose primary language is Spanish will be able to receive early intervention services from Spanish-speaking qualified personnel and a Spanish-speaking service coordinator. Spanish-speaking children and adults often face mental health concerns and health outcomes due to the language barrier. Section 17 addresses providing services for at-risk teenage students experiencing depression, anxiety, substance use struggles, and trauma, and conflict-related stresses. This will also provide training for school behavioral health providers to have the tools they need to identify and provide services for at-risk students. Passing this bill will positively impact many people across the state in varying communities and spaces. Connecticut has responded to this mental health crisis, but we need to continue to provide mental health services and supports for all communities in Connecticut. Let's continue to try to alleviate the stigma against mental health and pass SB2, an act concerning the mental, physical, and emotional wellness of children. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Lenahan, followed by
Hi.
Senator Seminara.
Hi, thank you very much for being here. I actually don't have any real questions because your testimony was so incredibly thorough and fantastic. I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And we'll be reading over that and making sure that we're following directions appropriately. But I wanted to say thank you for your work, because it says here you are an MSW student. So as someone who's been working on mental health legislation for years, it's good to see you coming aboard and joining, and I think you're going to be great. So thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too really didn't have a question, but more of a comment to echo what the lovely representative just said. Very, very happy to have you join the field. Congratulations, continue the good work and continue your advocacy, because you are right. We are a field that very much needs some additional bodies to meet the needs of and the services that people require in the state. So best of luck to you as you continue your education, and we look forward to seeing you join the tribe.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again for your testimony. Rebecca Ryudo.
Hello, I'm testifying in place of Rebecca as she's on a plane right now.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Jamie Rodriguez. I am the licensed marriage and family therapist, and I'm also the advocacy chair for Connecticut Association of Marriage and Family Therapy. I'm speaking on behalf of CTMFT in support of SB2 with requested changes to ensure parity amongst mental health professionals. CTMFT currently represents over 2,000 marriage and family therapists employed in various clinical settings throughout Connecticut. CTMFT is in support of many aspects of SB2, which we have outlined in our written testimony. But today I would like to focus on a vital change needed to the current language in sections 13 and 14, which we have also outlined in our written testimony. The financial difficulties in remaining in the mental health field are felt across all licensure types, not just social workers. Specifically, there's an unnerving disparity between MFT license fees and our comparative colleagues, the social workers and professional counselors. This continues to be a barrier for entering and remaining in the profession for MFTs. Despite having the same level of education and qualifications as our social worker and professional counselor colleagues, and despite the comparative share in meeting the mental health needs of Connecticut children, MFTs are currently the only mental health profession with a significantly higher licensure renewal rate. Currently, both social workers and professional counselors pay a renewal rate of $195 for all their license renewals. That's both associate and full. The renewal rate for LMFTs each year is $320, which is 64% higher than our comparative colleagues. If this legislation moves forward and social workers would renew their license once every 2 years for a 2-year total of $195, MFTs in that same 2-year time frame would be required to pay $640 to keep their license, which is a 228% higher than our comparative colleagues. Additionally, this legislation would make it 60% more expensive for MFTs to even attain their initial license, which is $315 compared to the $200. We ask that the changes to the social worker licensure fees in sections 13 and 14 be applied across the board, including marriage and family therapists and marriage and family therapist associates. The ability to remain licensed in practice should be achievable by all mental health professions, not just reserved for a single license. CTMFT urges you to support SB2 with these crucial licensing changes, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. I do have a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Sure. I just, so we, back in last year, we put forward a lot of legislation surrounding mental health. And in that past legislation, we were happy to put LMFTs in the grant programs and such. One of the concerns when we added LMFTs to the grant program was that we had heard from others is that there weren't enough LMFTs to warrant that. And we put that in anyways. So, but you had just said that you're quite a large group. So we've been getting then kind of testimony that wasn't factual, not from you guys, but from others. And I think it's really important that we put you really on the same level as we do with social workers. I will be quite honest with you that my family sees an LMFT and she's basically saved my daughter's life. So, I mean, I think the world of you all. But the question then becomes, and I was just talking about this with my colleague, why is there not that parity between licensure? Are you aware? Was it because LMFTs were licensed at a separate time than social workers and no one worked to have those fees together? Or is it because there is a national association that looks at the fees and makes suggestions? Like, do you have any background info on that?
Well, obviously the original license or statutes way predates me, but from what I understand, we are the smallest out of all the mental health professionals. Even at 2,000, we have 2,000 licensed and associate licensed MFTs working in Connecticut. So that's not an insignificant number by any means. And as you stated, we obviously contribute and do a lot of work for the mental health needs in many different various settings. So from what I understand, we've been told many different things as far as because you're a smaller group, it costs more for us to pay DPH, for these licensure fees, things like that. But to be honest, this is an issue we've been bringing up many times. And there is this misinformation that we are not qualified for certain things or we are different in some way. And it's just that, it's just misinformation. We have the exact same master's level training. We actually require a higher level of in-person or virtual now, client contact hours in comparison. So for example, social workers, they can get their hours by doing administrative tasks and things like that. We cannot. It has to be client contact hours. We have to be sitting with clients in the room or via telehealth now. As well. So we actually have a higher even standard of that. So we have significant training, and I just don't really understand, to answer your question, why we're treated any differently.
Right. And you know what, this brings up a lot of questions that we have surrounding this. Things that I've been thinking about, and you had said that you cannot bill for certain things that MSWs can bill for. So let me give you some examples. If an LMFT was to come to a PPT meeting for a child, are they allowed to bill for that?
That is a little outside of my area of expertise. I can get that information and look for you, but if we're billing the child's private insurance for, a collaboration type thing, I don't see why not. Nothing's coming to mind, but I can look into that and get you definite information.
Yeah, that would be really great, because I think as we move forward, whether it be with SB2 or it's in future years, we really need to decide if this committee is so focused on mental health. We now need to make sure there's enough people to do the things that we need them to do. And if we are consistently underpaying, undervaluing an entire section of individuals who I personally know the worth, and I can see the worth out there, I think that there needs to be a greater discussion. And it shouldn't be that you come to us to ensure that there is parity in a certain part of the bill. Perhaps it should be an overall discussion about parity across the board.
I couldn't agree more. And I appreciate that. I remember as of last year, we were, again, lobbying for inclusion of things, and thought we had achieved that with 5001, with the change in the legislative definition of licensed mental health professional being kind of the language that would be used going forward. But here we are again doing that. And I would love to be talking to you guys about some of the many other parts of this bill that we like, or that we would like to see, more focus on, or the insurance barriers, or the many other areas that are affecting mental health professionals across our whole state. But here I am again, like, hey, please remember to include us.
Right. And
so it's unfortunate.
I understand that. I also understand what it's like to do a whole lot of work and not be recognized for that. So I get you. But I will say that this committee has some of the shortest deadlines in the legislature. So a lot of times, when you're reading this bill, I don't want you to think of it as you were forgotten. And that was the same thing with 5001. You certainly weren't forgotten. So the later drafts certainly take care of those issues, but we're very glad that you bring them up to us now. And it helps us to put them in subsequent drafts and substitute language should that be necessary. So thank you very much. And I do ask that as one of the co-chairs that you do reach out to me directly so we can have one-on-one conversations to ensure that we are always supporting you and your ability to work on the mental health of children appropriately and to the best of our ability.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I will do that.
Great. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you. Next, we have Thomas Burr, followed by Julie Hall. Mr. Burr, are you with us? Oh, I thought you were remote. It's so nice to see you in person.
No, I've been here most of the day, actually. Good afternoon, Representative Linehan, members of the Committee on Children. My name is Thomas Burr, and I'm the Public Policy and Affiliate Relations Manager of the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI Connecticut. And I'm here today in support of SB 2, an act concerning mental, physical, and emotional wellness of children. SB 2 allows for many good things that we as an organization support. You have my written testimony, so I'd just like to highlight a few of the sections that we find very encouraging. Section 9. Speaking as the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, we wholeheartedly support the mandate of employers to permit service workers to use paid sick leave for mental health wellness days. Mental health contributes to physical health and vice versa. So we feel this is an important option to be available to people working often very difficult and stressful jobs. Section 10, as an organization which supports improved access to and early intervention of mental health care for all who need and desire it, we believe that school-based health centers are an ideal delivery model for mental health services, and as such fully support this change to the state statutes regarding Medicaid reimbursement. This should help to alleviate the negative spike in children's mental health conditions that has been caused by the public health emergency related to COVID. Sections 11 and 12, as an organization which has long fought for true mental health parity, we enthusiastically support the establishment and office of the Behavioral Health Advocate within the Department of Insurance. And we look very much forward to collaborating with this new entity once it is established. Section 17 through 19, again, is an organization which supports improved access to and early intervention of mental health care. We support having trained school behavioral health providers to identify and provide services for at-risk teenagers and students who are experiencing depression, anxiety, substance abuse struggles, and trauma. This is frankly long overdue. So therefore, we support SB 2. And, in reference to some of the earlier testimonies and discussions of this hearing, SB 2 will, in my humble opinion, and speaking as someone who is 25 years in the mental health world and 15 specifically working in the advocacy world, it's going to require many more years, many more dollars, and much more focus to really, truly address the mental health crisis in our youth here in Connecticut. Specifically, some of the things that, again, have been discussed, more coordinated care. I don't know if any of you saw the article in the Current earlier this week. There was a patient who was in their home, but receiving services as an inpatient in their hospital. And it was all coordinated. And the person was like, wow, this is great. That doesn't happen in the mental health world, and it's a parity issue. Certainly more paraprofessionals in schools. My wife at one point worked as a paraprofessional in school and worked with children with behavioral health concerns. I listened to some of the heartbreaking testimony about the person with the Waterbury school system, and they keep having to call the police. Imagine what a cadre of trained paraprofessionals, what a difference that would make. More trauma-focused therapies, especially in the criminal justice system. The criminal justice system is still very much a punitive system. And again, especially talking to youth, so many have been traumatized, and a lot of their behaviors that gets them caught up in the criminal justice system as a result of underlying mental health conditions and untreated trauma. Again, a big difference could be made there. And last but certainly not least, mental health education in schools for children, teachers and staff, and parents. NAMI Connecticut has a program called Ending the Silence that does exactly that. You know, we roll it out where we can, but it's not something that's universal, and we'd love to see that. So that's it. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'd be happy to have any further discussions that you see fit.
Thank you very much for being here and for your testimony. Thank you for sticking with us all day. And
Hey, this is easy. I've been here till 2 a.m. sometimes.
God love you. God love you. You know, thank you. NAMI's work has been absolutely fantastic. And I point to it often, actually, and send a lot of constituents your way for the on-demand sort of what I look at as the peer-to-peer, adult peer-to-peer, to tell them how to navigate when your child has a mental health concern. Those are really, really great things that you do. So thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here, and we appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next, we have Julie Hall, followed by Michelle Reyes.
My name is Julie Hall, and I'm a Senior Director of Children and Family Services at Sarah Inc. We're a birth of 3 provider. Our company, the portion of our company is Kids Steps that provides those services to 50 towns across Connecticut. I'm here to comment on and in support of SB2. I know you've heard from my colleague Cindy Jackson and our board president, Rebecca Dunn, and I'm going to take a slightly different approach and try to personalize what this means to us as an agency, and as well as give a little bit of feedback. So in lines 286 to 289, we'd like to ask that you add in language that would add that interpreters could be used instead of, or not instead of, when staff are not available that are bilingual and speaking Spanish. As you heard about all the workforce shortage issues, and we'd love to be able to hire more, but right now there's a challenge, and we'd like to have that reimbursed at the state rate as a possibility. And in lines 283 to 285, after discussion with my colleague, I had originally had read it for translation of the IFSP into Spanish, that would be something that happened. And it makes me wonder when languages, if it was translation or interpretation, because those had 2 very distinctive differences in terms of how I read what was in the bill. And providing interpretation and having that reimbursed for a family during an IFSP is extremely important. Families need to be able to understand and be a part of that IFSP process, that individualized family service plan. That's their goal. That's what they're agreeing to. That's their contract with us about what we are going to provide for their child. They need to be able to understand that. And similarly, they need to understand it for translation, having their document that they can read it afterwards, but the creation of it is so important. And so I wondered about the use of the word translation versus interpretation and what the intent was of the committee. The third piece is the general administrative payment. I fully agree with Cindy Jackson. This is something that we really need to continue. To give you an idea, my program last year served over 1,700 children. It's estimated that the gap payment for us is the equivalent of about $600,000. Just to let you know, that's not enough to even break even. We are not between the rate issue and a separate issue being the general administrative payment, the number of things that programs are being asked to do outside of a reimbursement is rising. It's rising in an incredibly high amount. We can't afford to keep doing that. And then it just feeds into that whole workforce issue. We can't hire, we can't be competitive. We can't provide benefits that meet all of our staff needs with their families. We're still trying to match the 16% inflation rate that's happened over the last 2 years, and we can't keep up. Just the basic costs, and I don't even have a footprint in an office. My staff are completely remote, every one of them, including our office and our billing. I don't have other expenses that are eating away at this money. We really need help as a whole system. This payment is really a problem. It needs to stay beyond FY24. So thank you for putting that language into the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And we were just discussing all the things that you're saying, as well as your testimony from the last bill. So we're working on it, I
Thank you.
promise. And with that, I'd like to throw it to Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for your testimony. I just wanted to hear, if you could, some examples of things that you're doing without reimbursement.
So we could start with interpretation. You can imagine that if a family were to get sick, like we've had with COVID and regular illnesses that flu, et cetera, if a family has not, we had an interpreter scheduled for that, for instance, there's a 2-hour minimum at a rate of $75 an hour that we have to pay. There's no reimbursement for that. And that happens quite often. You can imagine in this day and age with illness. We are providing, the state has required us to put into place a training and supervision plan, including staff that are assigned specific responsibilities. That has a time and budget associated with it. To be able to train staff to be working with these young children in using best practices. The state is using what's called activities-based teaming as a method of working with families and children. And it takes a lot of time to train those staff. So there's a 2-day workshop for a basic plus 6 months of follow-up. And then there's ongoing supervision annually that happens. Now, granted, this year there had been some funds that they put in place to be able to help reimburse programs for some of that money, but that's going to fall off the cliff. There's an end to that. Those are things that we're going to have to continue to find a way to match.
Okay, thank you so much for providing me with those answers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you. If you would like more information about those, I'm happy to share a handout we've made. I can.
Oh,
about
we
what
would
their
love
costs.
that. Would you mind bringing it over to the clerk, or do you not have it with you?
I will have to email it, but I can definitely send it. to you.
Perfect. That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you. And lastly, we have Michelle Reyes. Is she with us? And it seems as though she is not on. And so that since she was our final person to testify, that means that we are now through with the public hearing. We are going to adjourn, and then in 5 minutes, we will reconvene the JF meeting for the Committee on Children. So the public hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.
See how it goes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. This is the Children's Committee. We are having our very first JF meeting today. So this is thrilling, to say the very least. Item number 1, convene meeting. 2 is remarks by chairs. Unfortunately, though, I don't believe our co-chair has signed back on. Mr. Clerk, do you see our co-chair on?
Yes, I'm on.
Ah, there you are. Thank you very much, Cece. Okay, with that, do you have any remarks, Madam Co-Chair?
No, just to say thank you all for hanging in and for starting the beginning of our JF meeting.
Great, thank you very much. And Senator Seminara, do you have any remarks?
Good afternoon again, everybody, and thank you so much for hanging in with us. And I look forward to getting through this meeting.
Great, and I am having a bit of technical difficulties, so if everyone would just give me about 2 minutes, I'm just going to see if I can pull up the Zoom. That is not coming up, so give me 1 second. Okay, thank you very much. We've gotten that fixed. And so I'm going to just do a few announcements. This meeting is live streamed on YouTube and is being recorded. Please have your mic muted if you are not speaking. Please do not use the chat function on Zoom, as this is a public meeting. Raise your hand on Zoom by clicking reactions and then raise hand to be recognized. When voting, the clerk must be able to see your face as you speak. When the clerk calls your name, please state your full name so that Zoom highlights your face and then cast your vote. If you are in person, please speak with your microphone at all times, including when making or seconding a motion, so the clerk can identify you. With that said, we'll go straight to item number 1. Senate Bill 928, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to statutes relating to children. Can I have a motion to JF to the floor?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are there any objections to placing this item on the consent calendar? With no objection, Mr. Clerk, please start a consent calendar with item number Senate Bill number 928. We're going to skip around then. So we're going to head to item number 3, House Bill number 6645, an act requiring parental notification of certain events by inpatient psychiatric and behavioral health treatment facilities serving children. May I have a motion to JF to the floor, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? With no discussion, are there any objections to also placing this item on the consent calendar? With no objections, the item will be placed. To item number 5, Senate Bill 1008, an act concerning legal representation for children in certain proceedings in the Superior Court. Can I have a motion to JF2 appropriations, please?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
the item has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? With no discussion, is there any objection to this item being sent to the consent calendar? With no objections, this item will be put on consent. Mr. Clerk, can we please have a vote on the consent calendar?
A motion has been made and seconded to vote on a consent calendar items 9 to 8, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to statutes relating to children.
Have some conversations with
JF to floor. Item 6645, a House bill and act requiring parental notification of certain events by inpatient psychiatric and behavioral health treatments facilities serving children, JF to floor. And item SB 1008, an act concerning legal representation for children in certain proceedings in the Superior Court, JF to appropriations. Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Marr. Senator Marr. Representative Kit.
Representative Kit votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné.
Representative Dauphiné votes yes.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Arnone.
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Lanu. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes. Representative Mastro Francesco votes yes.
Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto. Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wieland.
Representative Wieland votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, and votes will remain open until 4:30. We will now go to item number 2, House Bill number 6573, an act concerning access to diaper changing tables in public buildings. May I have a motion to JF to the floor, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
The item has been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Senator Seminara.
Yes, I was hoping that we could get some clarity and on the specific renovations that we're talking about for this bill that perhaps people would need to do.
That's a really great question. And what the bill specifically says is that the building inspector will redo the code and that it will be done based on substantial or new construction, substantial renovation or new construction. So the building code would then be the ones to say what substantial would include. However, I would, it's hard to do this during a JF meeting, but I would surmise that a substantial renovation in order to include diaper changing tables would be one that would renovate the bathrooms. And just for some clarification, because I did receive this question, we did look at the average cost of a wall-mounted commercial diaper changing station. They range from $150 to around $1,000. So if that was any question as well, I thought I'd throw that out there.
I appreciate that information. So can you just tell me what the thoughts are in terms of public buildings? So are we talking about malls? Are we talking about strip malls? So like a store, like maybe a small business owner having a store in a strip mall. Do they need to now have access to this table available in their store?
That's a great question. Thank you. If the store has restrooms open to their patrons and undergoes substantial renovation, which would likely include a bathroom, then they would need to retrofit. If the strip mall is being developed and the person coming in that will be opening a store, if they plan to have bathrooms open to the general public, then yes, they would also need to have a diaper changing table. Keep in mind that the language does state it needs to be available to caregivers of any sex or gender. So therefore, it could be simply one bathroom through you. Oh.
So if I'm just giving you an example. So if a small business owner has a rather small bathroom that perhaps just has a commode and a sink, but it is open to the public, if they were to do any type of renovation that doesn't include increasing the size of their bathroom, they would need to install this if they updated, let's say, their bathroom.
If that is how the building inspector would classify a substantial renovation, and if they meet the additional criteria of having that open to the public, then yes.
Oh, okay. All right, that satisfies my questions. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Any other questions or discussion? Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And could you just confirm that this will be a mandate on what's listed in the bill in terms of either private businesses or other? Thank you.
Well, Representative, I think that kind of depends on how you would define a mandate, because we are not requiring that anyone undergoing or that anyone who does not currently have a diaper changing table available to any sex suddenly have one. It's only if they meet certain criteria, and that would be a substantial renovation or a new build, and that the restrooms are open to the public, then it would be mandated under those certain circumstances.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And that's the answer I was looking for. Under these circumstances, it will be a mandate. So thank you. Thank you for verifying that.
You're welcome. Is there any other questions? Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to touch base briefly on the new or substantial renovations. Do we know at all what the current definition is of, or what do they mean by the building code? What is new or substantial? There has to be some terminology out there. We can't just have a building code arbitrarily pick a number. Well, this is what we consider a substantial renovation. There has to be something out there in statute. Would you know what that is through you?
I do not have the actual definition of what substantial renovation is. I don't happen to have that at my fingertips, but I am aware that the similar or the same language is used when updating a bathroom of substantial renovations, that it needs to be ADA compliant. So this is sort of in that same vein.
Okay, thank you for that. My concern here is that one is we don't have any definition in this bill. It's not really saying what substantial is. There should be something in here that says exactly what it is. The other concern I have is that we do have a lot of small businesses out there. Maybe they have a small building that they're building, or they are renovating, that it really would be a financial could be a financial hardship on the business. And it is a mandate. And my philosophy is, if you shop in a store and you don't like that they have a bathroom, and you don't like that they don't have changing tables in there for your child, then you don't shop there. And when the business starts losing customers, they may realize that they need to get with the times and do it on their own, because they will learn. They will lose business. And that's really how I think it should work. It should not be a mandate. I go into stores all the time. There's a lot of stores I don't shop in for a particular reason. Maybe they don't have the convenience that I want, and I stop shopping there. And when enough people stop doing that, these business owners on their own will make their own decision whether or not they want to include these. So, Madam Chair, I certainly am not going to support this bill today, but I certainly appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your thoughts are noted. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor agenda item number 2. Bill number HB 6573, an act concerning access to diaper changing tables in public buildings. Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Kit.
Representative Kit votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné.
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes no as a result of lack of specificity.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Arnone.
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes no.
Representative Lanu. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto. Representative Roberts. Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wielander.
Representative Wielander votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. As a reminder, once again, the votes will be open till 4:30. Moving on to item number 4, Senate Bill 1005, an act concerning a study of the post-pandemic needs of children. LCO number 4568. May I have a motion to JFS this to the floor?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions, concerns, or comments? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have a couple questions on this particular bill. If I'm not mistaken, we are adding to an existing task force that is in place. Is that correct?
That is correct. This will be extending the date of that task force, and then in addition, adding a subset of people that will come aboard who also have access to incredible studies of children throughout the state of Connecticut that can be used to inform the recommendations of the Whole Child Task Force.
Thank you. And has this task force reported back at all to the Committee of Cognizance, any of their findings since it's been put in place?
I believe that there may have been a preliminary report, and that was used to inform some of SB2 of this year. However, there is still a lot more work to be done.
Thank you. So the report that you said that there may have been a preliminary report, and I haven't been on this is the first year for me on this committee. So I'm curious when that report was sent out, and do you know what the details were of that preliminary report?
Respectfully, we receive so many reports that come in, and then they are shared to the members of the committee. So I probably can't pick out exactly what everything was and the exact date, because that, I'm telling you, it's an influx of reports that come back to the committee. However, knowing what I know about the way these bills are written, the first report was likely in December of last year, at which time you were not a member of that committee.
Correct. Thank you. So I would be looking hopefully for someone can send me that report. The other question I have in here is on lines 14 and 15. It says for children that identifies gaps between existing conditions and desired outcomes. Can you explain to me what they mean by desired outcomes and whose desired outcomes are they? Through you.
If you've given me a moment to read the entire section, that might answer that question. The desired outcomes would be on line 5 about needs being met by educators, community members, and local and state agencies. Then we also have on line 9, it alludes to enrollment in childcare centers, group childcare homes, and family childcare homes. So the thought would be that these outcomes are those that are best for the children within those subsets.
Thank you. I'm a little confused here because this particular, when it talks about desired outcomes, it's to conduct a needs assessment for children that identifies gaps between existing conditions and desired outcomes. To me, that's specific. Where on line 8 and 9, where you were referencing, it says provide recommendations to meet the demand for infant and toddler care in the state by increasing access. That's not a desired outcome. This one here is particularly asking for a desired outcome. I'm just curious, what are they looking for? Again, you reference lines 5 and 6, the needs met by educators. Okay, so if that's the desired outcome, what specifically are they looking for?
I misunderstood your question, and I was looking at the existing conditions, and those were the things that I was talking about. One would say that the desired outcome would be happy, healthy, and safe children.
So how do we know who's happy, healthy, and safe? Like there has to be a definition. There has to be an exact outcome that you're looking for. Like
I believe this task force is also going to determine what those are. That's part of the task force, to look into these issues, set a bar for desired outcomes, and then figure out, like it says here, and identify gaps between those existing conditions and the task force's desired outcomes for children.
Right. And that, Madam Chairman, is my concern. We've had this task force already in existence. Now we're letting them decide what the desired outcomes are, and we don't know. So I get this as just an expansion on a task force, but it's very broad to me. I don't know what there means by desired outcomes. It's just something that I think we should know. So those are my concerns, but I'm not going to be supporting this today. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JF substitute to the floor an act concerning a study of the post-pandemic needs of children, LCO 4568. Representative Linehan,
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Marr, Representative Kit,
Representative Kit votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Seminara,
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Boyd, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Hayes,
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Lanu, Representative Mastro Francesco,
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto, Representative Roberts, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Welander, Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And once again, as a reminder, votes are open till 4:30. Our final item is Senate Bill 1009, an act concerning identified adoptions, LCO 4560. May I have a motion, please, to JFS to the floor?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
The item has been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion or questions? Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you know I was going to ask?
I
a
did. I
question?
looked right
Just
at you.
Full of questions. I just wanted to get some clarification on this bill, if I may.
Sure.
So this is for when there's an adoption process going through and the family, there's a payment that they pay for travel and so forth for the adoptive parents, and they are increasing the amount. Am I correct with this analogy on this bill? Or is that the wrong bill I'm looking at?
I do not believe there's an increased amount for that. No, this is the wrong bill you're looking at. We are looking at 1009, which is LCO 4560.
LCO 4, okay, right. So LCO 4560, it's a and let me rephrase that. It's a reimbursement amount in here. And I'm looking at, unless I have the wrong substitute language, it says on line 97, prospective adoptive parents may make payments, reimbursements, and up to $2,000. And right now it's at $1,500.
Well, my apologies. I didn't realize that it was at 1,500. I always thought it was at 2,000. But yes, then that is correct. I don't want to anticipate your next question. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I am looking at the right bill.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so it clarifies that question. Also in this bill on line number 9, they are replacing the word expectant mother with pregnant person. Can you explain that to me, the purpose of that?
Correct. The purpose of that is so that it is in line with a language in other statutes, including the Parentage Act.
Okay, and they're also changing the word the birth mother to such person. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously I have issues with that because there's you know, a person is a male, a biological male, a biological female. When you take the word mother or expectant mother out of there, you're assuming that a pregnant person could be something other than a female with excess chromosomes. That's my concern with this. And there's another section in here that references.
Excuse me, Representative, just one moment. Can we, I
Yes.
will come right back to you, Representative Kit.
I'm sorry, I find this.
Excuse me, I'm not done with my, I haven't stopped.
I'm just going to step
Oh,
out for a
okay.
minute because I find this language potentially harmful to some of the people we serve.
Thank you very much. Representative, please continue.
Thank you. And I would agree with the good representative. I definitely find this language harmful to some of the people we serve. And I understand that. I couldn't
think she
agree
was
with you
talking
more.
about your language though, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Just
what?
for clarification, she wasn't talking about the bill language. But I just needed clarification.
What does that mean? The
Well,
bill
I'm sure
language.
you can ask
what-
her after, but
Yeah.
there
okay.
was concern.
Anyway, I got to be honest with you. I just find it troubling to take the word mother out there. We're indicating something else. It, to me, honestly, it's offensive and it marginalizes women. It's a manipulation of statutory language as a means of pushing an ideology agenda that I don't agree with. We are women. We have XX chromosomes. We give birth. The word pregnant right here. I think if the word pregnant wasn't here, maybe it would be different, but it says pregnant person. Who else could that be? It's a woman. It's a biological woman. And what we are trying to do here is to say that it's something other than that. And that I don't agree with. I find it offensive and I find that it marginalizes women in a very big way. We are mothers, we are aunts, we are sisters. We are all of that. The other question I have for you on here is what does in lines 34, it says any alleged genetic parent. I'm not sure what that means. Can you clarify that for me?
A genetic parent would be a parent genetically and not an adopted parent.
Thank you. But the language says we're taking out the word birth and we're putting any alleged. I guess my question is, what do they mean by alleged? Is it alleged meaning without proof? Alleged genetic.
That seems to be the case. So therefore, if you are to be called a genetic parent, you can be called such because you have named yourself as the genetic parent and not require a DNA test to prove that in order to fit this bill.
So doesn't genetics require that? I mean, we're just saying alleged. This is where I'm just trying to understand what we're doing here. Any alleged genetic parent. So you don't necessarily have to be the genetic parent because those are done through DNA tests and so forth. You can just claim that you are a genetic parent. Am I reading that wrong?
I believe you're reading it correctly, but ma'am, I would like to have the opportunity to look at the exact line. Did you say it was line 107?
Nope, I said it's line 34 and 35.
Okay. If you look at line 34 and 35, so yes, the same thing as line 107. Line 34, the bracketed out word birth takes the brackets mean that it is taken out and it is replaced with the underlined version, which is any alleged genetic parent. So that would mean that it would also include fathers specifically.
Okay, so
it's kind of
why
opening
take
the door
word-
for fathers.
So why take the word birth out? I guess that's what I'm.
Well, I
trying to
think that
figure
you just went on about how men don't give birth.
I'm
So
trying-
therefore, right. So therefore,
It's-
this is just more
for me.
inclusive language. It's also, like I had said earlier, is that it is in line with other statutes, including the Parentage Act, which was passed by this legislature, as well as federal language.
Thank you,
Sure.
Madam Chair, and it could be passed. That doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with it.
No,
Okay?
it does not.
Again, on line 37, we're taking the word birth mother out. And we're just we are now no longer mothers, biological. We are now persons who gave birth. Again, I find it offensive and it marginalizes women. I honestly, I just can't get over that. Again, lines 41, we're talking about an alleged genetic parent. Again, on line 69 and 70. And again, on lines 107. This is a good bill overall, except for the language change where the part where we're really offending women. I'm sorry. We are offending women, biological women. We exist. You don't have to call yourself, you can call yourself whatever you like. But we are biological women. We are mothers. We are girls. We have daughters. We give birth. And this language in here is implying otherwise. And again, I'm just going to say that I find it very offensive and it marginalizes women in a big way and something I can't support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to Senate Bill 1009, an act concerning identified adoptions. JF substitute to the floor, LCO 4560. Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Marr. Representative Kit.
Representative Kit votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné.
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Arnone.
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes no.
Representative Lanu. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto. Representative Roberts. Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wieland.
Representative Wieland votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final reminder that the votes will be held open until 4:30. I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge that I want to thank Christian Tolarski, who is now our new clerk. You did a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Christian. We are not saying goodbye to Emily. She is moving on to just working with the Committee on Children with Policy. So we're thrilled. And I want to also give a huge welcome back, Mr. Cotter, to, he just gave me a look. I said it, Mr. Cotter. You guys might remember Peter Mazuski, who was our clerk for quite a few years. He's back helping us adjust. It's been great to have you. Thank you so much. And we go now to the announcement of time and date of next meeting. That's Tuesday, February 28th at 2:30 p.m. in room 1D and Zoom. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, in recess. I caught myself. We are in recess. Thank you.
Kristen, welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
Did I miss a vote?
Yes, you missed, let me see here.
Representative Sanchez. I wasn't sure because I think I got on like 5 minutes late or something.
Oh, no, you're good. You have you.
I'm good?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Take care and welcome again.
All right, thank you.
Christian?
Hi. Hi.
Senator Barr.
Yes.
So I think I missed 3 of the votes.
You missed, okay, you missed a vote for SB 1005, enact concerning a study of the post-pandemic needs of children.
Right. And so the answer to that is I vote, Senator Marr votes yes.
Okay. And then I need for 1009, enact concerning identified exceptions.
Yes. Senator Marr votes yes.
Oh, yeah. And then you missed the vote for the consent calendar for items SB 928, HB 6645, and SB 1008. Do you want me to read the title of that?
No, I remember the titles. Thank you. Senator Marr votes yes.
Great. Okay. Yep, that's perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good weekend. And
You as
thanks.
well.
Welcome. Nice to have you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, Christian.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I want to catch up on missed votes.
Yes, okay, so. Okay, so we have the consent calendar for items SB 928, HB 6645, and SB 1008. Do you want the titles on that?
No, I got the agenda in front of me, so that's a yes.
Okay, perfect. And then we have SB 1009, Institute language.
What number was that in the agenda?
Item number 6.
Item number 6.
An act concerning identified adoptions.
Okay. Yep. Yes.
Cool. Then we have an act concerning access to diaper changing, HB 06573.
Okay. Yes.
And then I have item number 4, SB 105.
Okay. Yes.
Perfect. All right, yeah, I got you for the other one. Perfect.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Hi.
How you doing, Christian?
Good. Okay, so we missed a few votes here. So for the first one, I have consent calendar for items SB 928, HB 6645, and SB 1008. Do you need the title for that?
I do, please.
Okay, so for SB 928, we have an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to statutes relating to children. That was 928. HB 6645, an act requiring parental notification of certain events by inpatient psychiatric and behavioral health treatment facilities serving children. Then SB 1008, an act concerning legal representation for children in certain proceedings in Superior Court.
So Rep. Roberts votes yes.
Perfect. Okay, and then we have, it was item number 6 on the agenda, SB 1009, an act concerning identified adoptions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rep. Roberts votes yes.
Then we have item number 4, 1005, an act concerning a study of the post-pandemic needs of children.
Rep. Roberts votes yes.
And then HB 6573, an act concerning access to diaper changing tables in public buildings.
Rep. Roberts votes yes.
All right, that's all I have for you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Christian.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Hello.
How are you? Bill Zudo.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Good, thank you. I just wanted to cast my votes if you had time, okay?
Yes, so we had a consent calendar for
Okay.
SB 928, HB 6645,
Hang
and
on one second.
SB.
You know what? I'm having a hard time. It's my own phone. Hang on. I
No
just
worries.
I gotta put it so I can hear you.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you, this is a hassle. Hang on. Well, you know what? I'll play around with it later. Okay, so let me tell you, okay, SB, what was it?
928, I can say the titles for you if you need me to. Though.
Okay, so 928, that was a yes.
Okay. So this is a consent calendar. So we're
Oh,
voting
it's
on.
consent. Oh, okay. That's
Yep.
fine.
So it's 928, 6645, and 1008.
And 100, what was it?
8 for S.
8, okay. So, okay, those are yes, that consent was yes.
Okay.
And then there was 3 bills, 6573.
Yep, 6573.
All right, that was no for me. And then 1005.
Yep.
That was also a no. And then
Okay.
1009 was a no. So those 3 were no's.
Perfect. All right. Yep. Thank you so much. That was all we got.
Listen, thank you
Yeah.
very much for your time, okay? All
I
right,
appreciate it.
bye-bye now.
Have a good one.
Bye. Hey, Jackson. Oop. Let's see. Jackson, you still there? I must have lost him. Now, why couldn't I sign on to that? I don't understand that. Why couldn't I hear that guy? Launch Zoom. Let me get on here more.
Hi,
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
good, how are you?
Good, thanks. I had some technical difficulties here, so.
No worries.
All
Okay,
right,
so
appreciate it.
perfect. So we started with a consent calendar for items in SB 928, HB 6645, and SB 1008. Do you want the titles for those?
This is the consent calendar?
Yeah,
Yeah, can you read me what number it is on the number, the title, and the bill number, and what number it was on the agenda?
yeah, so give me 1 second.
Sure.
Sorry, secret agenda. Okay. So yeah, so for the consent calendar for 928, that was item number 1 on the agenda. And that was an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to statutes relating to children. Then it was HB 6645, which was item number 3 on the agenda. And that was an act requiring parental notification of certain events by inpatient psychiatric and behavioral health treatments, facilities serving children. And then the last one was Senate Bill 1008, which was item number 5 on the agenda. And that was an act concerning legal representation for children in certain proceedings in the Superior Court.
Yes.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
How are you? Christian, thank you. Hi, Bri.
That's fine, Bill.
All right. Christian, thanks for your help. I know we're out last minute here.
no worries.
Yeah, Christian, if you were not, like, when I sign on, like this first time I voted, not being there,
Yep.
would I still speak to you, or do you have to, would we just click on votes?
You would still speak to me. Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, so it's not something we'd have to figure out. Okay.
Yep.
Brian, I don't know if you want to know, I just gave my stuff to Christian. I don't know if you want to know how I voted, but
No, I'm good. Yeah, I know where I'm at.
good. Okay, buddy. Christian, have a great weekend, Brian. I got your phone number from Jackson too. I'm putting it in my phone, Brian.
Cool.
Awesome.
All right, guys, take care. I'll see
See you,
you.
Bill.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye.
And then the second, or the one that was not on the consent calendar, was HB 6573, and that was item number 2 on the agenda. And that was an act concerning access to diaper changing tables in public buildings.
No.
Perfect. Okay, and then the next one was an act. This was SB 1005. That was item number 4 on the agenda. And that was an act concerning a study of the post-pandemic needs of the children.
Yes.
And then the last one was item number 6 on the agenda. That was Senate Bill 1009, an act concerning identified adoptions.
No.
Cool. And that's it. That's all we got.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the accommodation, and have a good weekend.
You as well. Thank you.
Take care. Be well.